悪くない芽が出たわ。今日も引き続きサボりましょう。調子が良くなってから仕事を一気に終わらせるわよ。
Hey Brent, hey Sig, over on YouTube chat. How you two doing?
情報提供者から知らせがあったわ。どうやらまた新たな変数が現れたようね。
Hey Slozashi, how's it going, man? Thanks so much for the 46 months. Welcome back. Almost 4 years, yep. Feels fucking old, man. 2 more months. And already have been 4 years. Chat feeling old. Yep. The old men of Twitch. Old men of Twitch. Hey, welcome back, Gabe. You were 19 when you first subbed and you turned 24 this year? Oof. Wish I was back to being 24 years old too. Time flies when you gacha too hard? Oof. I guess that's one of the many mistakes I made growing up. But yeah, welcome back everybody. We're just chilling. Probably be a bit of a shorter stream depending on if my buddies want to get on Helldivers tonight or not. Gonna Helldivers on. So you ever gonna stream Helldivers? Maybe if I feel like it. I don't know. For me right now, it's more of a play with friends only kind of game. Especially the part where they die like hamsters. The game is fun. It is. But it doesn't feel like a game that I would go out of my way to play on my own, personally. Oh yeah, that's right. Hey Omega, thanks for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream today. It's such a gem when it comes to games these days. Oh yeah, for sure. There's no doubt about it that it's a fantastically developed and supported game. The Helldivers devs are fucking based AF. Hey Chaos, welcome back, man. How's it going? You got ads on stream? Oh, those are probably pre-roll ads. I'm pretty sure every ad, or every stream, maybe not like partnered or maybe just regular channels don't have pre-roll ads, but partnered and affiliate channels definitely do. I'm just not a big enough streamer to necessitate like running like actual ads myself. Neither do I have a contract, so it's not like there should be any ads like rolling like automatically on their own, like you kind of see it for most other partnered, like most other like big streams. So, yeah, I think those pre-roll ads should be the only ads you should see. At least I'm pretty sure. I'd be surprised if you actually got more ads than that. The amount of Bunny Girl Miku got you acting unwise, yeah, because of that rabbit hole music video, I think, popped off on Twitter. From what I could tell. So yeah, we're getting a huge deluge of Bunny Girl Miku fan art. Actual microtransactions, yeah. Wow, a battle pass where you can legitimately earn everything just by playing the game? Wow. What a novel fucking idea in 2024. Holy fucking shit. Perhaps the world is healing after all. And before I jinx the shit, but... We talking about glorious, managed democracy? Yes, sir. Democracy. Did you get those ad incentives from Twitch? No. Mainly because I don't know what you're talking about. Did you see Crony's concert? I did have it up on my second monitor, but I wasn't like actually listening to it because I was watching other streams at the time. But I did have it up, yes. Can you help me with the Nikkei issue? Yeah, sure, Jason. No. What you having trouble with? I'll try to help wherever if I can. Have you seen Arlecchino? If you're okay with leaks? Yeah, I'm okay with leaks. I don't really care if we talk about them. I did look up Arlecchino, not to look up what her kit did, but or what she actually does, but more for her materials, so I can get a head start on farming her materials. But as I suspected, it seems like she'll be coming out with a new region right over here, this weird-ass ditto-shaped area. So we should be getting either this entire region or like a good portion of it. And so, yeah, we should get this region with 4.6. Because, yeah, she needs a lot of new things. Her her weekly material is something completely new. It's not the any of the space whale materials that we have available right now for Fontaine. So yeah, that's gonna she'll probably come out with Fontaine's second weekly boss. And then her elite boss materials are also something completely new too. So, I can't really pre-farm much. She'll be like Farina, where she comes out with a new region expansion. It'll probably take me a couple days to get her all maxed out, unless I decide to start, hopping worlds from viewers or something. I did take a look at her kit. I don't know what the fuck it's talking about. Like Bond of Life, shit like that. I'm assuming that's like a separate resource that she has to manage. But other than that, I have no fucking clue what's going on. Maybe if I were to take another look at it and maybe I'll understand it better if I go over on stream and have you guys help me understand, like kind of dissect whatever the fuck is going on with Arlecchino. But yeah. For right now, I only really care about her, her farming materials. We kind of already know that she's essentially a better Hu Tao anyway. So that kind of already tells me everything I need to know about her. You got partnered with Twitch. I am a Twitch partner, yes, but there are different levels of Twitch partner. Yeah, the Ditto region. Hey, Bob and Meow, welcome back. Or welcome to the stream. Why stream Genshin again? The type of game I stream is none of your fucking business. If I want to stream Genshin constantly, even if I play like what 10 other gacha games, I will. If you want a brutally honest answer, is because Genshin is the most popular gacha game that I play, so I stream it.
あの頃とはもう違う。悠々とまた。
You let me know when there's another like super huge gacha streamer who doesn't play Star Rail or at the very least Genshin. Because you're not really gonna make much money streaming anything but Genshin if you're a gacha content creator. That and I enjoy Genshin, so fuck you. I think I'm missing one ley line. Yeah, right over here. She's not a better Hu Tao though. That's what I've been told. Or that's what I saw online. To be fair, obviously you should take any amount of leaks when it comes to like meta shifts and gameplay viability with a grain of salt, but it's at least something to work off of. Something to talk about at the very least. And again, I haven't dissected Arlecchino's kit for myself, mainly because I wasn't really focused on that. I was looking up more per, what is it? Where is this ley line anyway? Oh, it's over there. I was looking up more of what her materials needed, or what kind of materials she needs right now. Is Genshin the most time-consuming gacha game you play? If we were to include story, then by far, yes. But ignoring story, probably not. If you want to talk about legacy gachas, historically, which gacha games have taken the most time, that would be FGO by far. I suppose these days, actually, yeah, minus story, I guess these days, the most time-consuming gacha I play would probably be Azure Lane and sometimes Blue Archive. Just because of the way those games kind of work when it comes to events. Didn't read the skills, but doesn't she work with Overload? That's what, I get the feeling I heard that too from somewhere. Like, we're supposed to get like an artifact set that... No, it's not Overload. We're supposed to get an artifact set that synergizes with that supports the burning reaction specifically. So Dendro Pyro. You went to college, right? Yes, I did. Wasted 4 years, to be honest, but I did go. Dehya 2.0? Who's Dehya 2.0? Chiori? Are people comparing Chiori to fucking Dehya? Are you fucking serious? Or is that just a bait? Will you go hard on TeslaFest? No. I'll just do my regular good old 10 boxes and I'll get the fuck out of there. Just have Navia's story quest on autoplay. People are saying Arlecchino is about on Hu Tao's level outside of Farina teams. Okay, so what about when you throw Farina in there then? Don't know if you saw the message, because you went to go get dinner. Yeah, I saw that you asked to you want to ask me about a question about Nikkei. So you can't log in Nikkei because it says your password is wrong, but it's not. You even copy pasted, but it still says that it's incorrect. I mean, usually that means that your password is wrong. Assuming for the moment that you are confident that the password you're putting in is in fact correct and that the system is wrong, then the only thing I can think of to correct that is just uninstalling the Nikkei launcher and then reinstalling it again and see if that works. But other than that, I don't know. Do you at least have like can you download Nikkei on like a phone or something? But that's all I can think of that might be able to help you with that. But yeah, I'm not sure, man. Problem with Hoyo games is that dialogues are fucking slow and they're unskippable. Yeah. Very disappointing that you can't just skip the dialogue. RFX supports the bond. Yeah, I saw that she has a dedicated artifact set for that, which is weird because that means that the whole bond of life thing isn't a mechanic that's unique to Arlecchino. Because that means that you can technically put that artifact, since that mechanic is also associated with an artifact set, that means that any character in the game could theoretically or technically gain access to that mechanic. So like the whole bond of life thing is very interesting because it's not technically a unique mechanic. It's not just for Arlecchino, like technically you can have it on everybody. So like how does that work? Attack an enemy grants Arlecchino bond of life. It increases her attack, but if you get hit, she heals and bond of life is removed. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's actually a lot simpler than I thought. I mean, it's Genshin, so of course the effects were gonna be simple, but you know MiHoYo and their fucking propensity to make everything sound 1,000 times more complicated than it really is. At least they don't do that with Star Rail. At least not when it comes to like actual gameplay stuff. Basically Hu Tao, but not being limited on the attack boost. Yeah, because she mainly scales off of attack. Like she even has a passive that gives her extra elemental resist the more attack she has over 1,000, I think. Up to what, 3,000 attack? And you should be able to hit that pretty easily. We already technically have the Bond of Life effect because they might be on some of the Fontaine blacksmith weapons. Oh, okay. I never really paid much attention to them, other than just like get them and then level them up, but it's a bait, okay. As in, Hu Tao is simply better when you start accounting for Furina. Oh, okay, Hu Tao, as in Hu Tao and Furina is just really, really fucking good. Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, that makes sense. Arlecchino actually can't actually be healed? Huh, interesting. An unhealable character, huh? It reminds me of certain operators in Arknights where they can't get healed the normal way, and they have to heal themselves basically by attacking. Either that or through like a global passive that provides healing of some kind. It's not. There's a Fatui enemy that applies that debuff. Oh, that's the mechanic that the Fatui agents put on you? Okay. That's what they're called, huh? Also, why was that first option highlighted in yellow? Mihoyo is allergic to simplifying and shortening new character, weapons, and kit info. They do that. They did that for Star Rail. Most of the time for Star Rail characters is they're pretty straightforward. You can understand what they do pretty easily. With a couple exceptions, of course, but yeah, Genshin, they still insist on, you know, their flowery ass language. You were kind of hoping some of the leaks where she take off the coat and go dual wield were real. I did hear about those leaks on Twitter, but yeah, they were from like a week or two ago. So yeah, nothing was set in stone, or nothing was too concrete back then. She's an NA spammer for the most part, but she has 0 interruption resist. So guess who's back? Xingqiu. People were gonna run her with Xingqiu regardless. I get the feeling. For me, I'm just like, oh, she's weak to interruption. She's weak to interrupts. Okay, time to bust out Zhongli again. Mr. Geo Archon, I once again am coming to bargain. I have come to bargain with the Geo Lord again, the CEO of GEO. Arlecchino is designed for overload. Okay, gotcha. Hey, Astro Piggy, welcome to the stream. How's it going, man? Hello, girl from Arknights by my beloved. Yep. La Pluma, Utage. Zhongli's always the solution for interruption resist. Grinding story quests too, yeah. It's knocking out Navia's story quest for the time being. We'll see if I want to clear some other Fontaine story quests or whatever, or like world quests even. Been steadily working on 100%ing Fontaine regions, so not seeing anywhere in her kit that she says she wants overload. According to YouTube chat, that's what she wants. Or that's what she's built for. Heard she's bad with Bennett? I highly doubt that, considering Arlecchino scales off of attack, and Bennett is still to this day our best attack buffer in the game. Plus, you know, double pyro resonance, and that's way too easy. That's way too good to pass up. So. Genshin characters never get reworks or kit improvements, huh? Zhongli is the only exception, but the only time MiHoYo tinkers with like character kits and such is before they actually come out. Once they're actually part of the game, like once they're put on live servers, MiHoYo never touches them again. At least so far. And again, Zhongli was the only exception to that back in the day. But yeah, no, MiHoYo doesn't like do any like post-release buffs for characters of any kind. Maybe in the future they'll consider doing it. I mean, it was one of the things I suggested for MiHoYo to do back in my how to improve Genshin video, but we'll have to see. The only time will tell with that one. with a lot of things, to be honest. Oh. How long will Chlorine, or how long will the Hoyle keep Chlorine in jail? She should be soon. If she's not 4.6, then maybe 4.7. How many? Do we know how many like client patches are planned for Fontaine? Because like we're more than halfway through the Fontaine arc at this point. Because yeah, we're on 4.5 now. So maybe we go up to like 4.8, maybe. But yeah, Chlorine should be soon. Soon, TM. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that that would suggest that Arlecchino wants to be part of Overload teams either. Like I'm trying to look for anything like Overload related, but nothing. It's not said. It's not mentioned explicitly. Maybe it's not mentioned, but her kit just kind of works out in a way where she just synergizes best with Overload teams or something like that. It's possible. Like for example, Yoimiya technically doesn't synergize any better or worse with Overload, but she's really good for Overload teams anyway, just because just by the merit of her being an archer. So she has range. Because Overload is typically the weakness for like melee pyro characters. Because like Overload can, you know, blast enemies away, like smaller enemies. So they have to catch up to them. But for Yoimiya, that doesn't really matter because she can just, you know, shoot them from down range. Just rumors, honestly, too early to be confirmed. Yeah, obviously we're taking everything that we're talking about for Arlecchino with a grain of salt. 6 weeks too early, yes. Anyways, what are we doing? Oh, we gotta go down here. Have you tried Tower of Fantasy? How does it compare to Genshin? I have not tried Tower of Fantasy, other than like this brief like 15-minute like test session that I had back in Anime Expo 2022, where they had Tower of Fantasy like booths or whatever. Oh shit. But no, I have not played Tower of Fantasy. I haven't heard great things about it, unfortunately. I feel like they had the opportunity to be like Genshin's like a worthy Genshin competitor, but clearly that's not how they've turned out to be. So, but I've never actually played Tower of Fantasy or really even watched much gameplay of it, so I can't really give an opinion about it, really. I talk shit about it sometimes, but that's about it. Pretty sure Chlorine will be next new character after Arlecchino. I kind of wonder when they put out Arlecchino if they're going to put out... Not Arlecchino, sorry. When they put out Chlorine, they're also going to put out a new 5-star character along with her. Because I don't know if we've ever had a Genshin patch where the only new character we've had, or that we've gotten, was a 4-star character. Yeah, you even want to use attack goblet, attack cup with the new set? Huh, interesting. To be fair, I think when I was looking through Arlecchino's kit, she does give herself extra pyro damage bonus. Yeah, when Arlecchino has Bond of Life equal or greater to greater than 30% of her max HP, she receives 40% pyro damage bonus, and a normal charge plunge attack will be converted into pyro damage that can't be overridden. You know. So she gives herself some pyro damage bonus there. So I'm kind of wondering if she gets any more from the rest of her kit. Nah, it doesn't look like it. But at least she gets some. Guess we'll see. From what the leaks say, you need Arlecchino at 3k attack. Yeah, because one of her passives gives her extra elemental and physical resist for every 100 attack she has over 1000 attack. And since it says the maximum resist bonus she gets is 20%, that means you need 2000 extra attack for her, so therefore 3000 attack total. I mean, that should be easy to get. Like I believe my Shenhe has like 4000 attack. So that shouldn't be hard to get. But then again, she does run what, double attack main stat artifacts, attack cup and attack timepiece, so I'm assuming you're gonna run Arlecchino the same way. So like honestly, that should be like the easiest passive to like fulfill ever. Assuming that the dude in Twitch chat was right that the math works out where Arlecchino actually does want an attack cup instead of pyro damage. Because if that's the case, then yeah, that's super easy. Should be up until 4.8 and then we jump to 5. Okay, gotcha. Sounds about right. Maybe Zigwin. Still don't know if she's a 5-star. Yeah, I remember back when Fontaine first came out, somebody leaked on Twitter, or some leaks came out on Twitter that basically spoiled the entire Gacha lineup for the entire Fontaine arc, or the entire Fontaine yeah, arc. Let's just go with that. And I didn't see any Zigwin on there. Like, if there were, I would remember that. Like, I remember seeing people like Arlecchino and Clorand on there, but not Zigwin, so I don't know. Copy pasta if you haven't seen it. Oh no, I saw your comment from earlier, Weishaz, yeah. The Arlecchino is his best teams. Yeah. But thanks for pasting it again. It's just that she lends herself very well to Overloaded? Okay, yeah. So it kind of reminds me of, it kind of sounds like a Yoimiya situation where, she doesn't explicitly have any bonuses for overloads, but she just kind of works well in those kinds of teams. She gets an attack speed bonus too from her weapon. Let's see. Her spear looks fucking sick too. That's an amazing looking spear. Actually, it could look better, but it's still really, really nice. I love the black and red color scheme after all, so works for me. No, I don't see any attack speed bonus on her weapon. It gives her Bond of Life, and when they have Bond of Life, they gain a damage bonus. And then if the value of Bond of Life is greater than or equal to 30%, they gain an additional 20% damage. Yeah, it only gives them extra, I think... No, it just gives them Bond of Life, and it just gives them more damage bonus. But no attack speed. So I don't know where you're getting this extra attack speed from. Emily's gonna be a danger unit that supports burning. Huh. I actually don't remember any new upcoming character named Emily. That sounds like a Mondstadt character. Interesting. Unless Emily is just another name that Zigwin goes by, but I don't think that's the case. How dare my leakers lie to me? Well, I'm looking up the info on Honey. And it says it doesn't mention an attack speed bonus here. I mean, Honey could be wrong. So, I guess we'll see. But yeah, so far there's nothing that mentions an attack speed buff. It's not that I don't believe you, because we have other weapons in the game that give like a small attack speed buff. Like I believe Wanderer's signature does that. And a couple other 5-star weapons in the game also do that too. So it's possible, I just don't see it. It's strange that she's not on any Fontaine promo art. Who's not on any Fontaine promo art? Just got a new monitor. Hey, enjoy the new monitor, man. How are Chiori rolls, by the way? Oh, they went fantastically, Frostwolf. My Sparkle rolls from Star Rail and my what is it? My Chiori rolls together were like I think my best luck streak I've ever had in Genshin. Like no cap. So I can't be happier with that. They went phenomenally. Really saves my ass in terms of like having to spend packs on Gacha for this month. Hey, Chiori the monkey, welcome back. TOF is having a collab with Evangelion. Yeah, I saw. I think I watched a little bit of Shy Lily's sponsored stream of her playing the collab event in TOF. You don't play Genshin, but you watch the Genshin video for fun, like how my videos are straight to the point without the rambling. It's ironic because normally I tend to ramble on and on because I really need a script to keep myself in line. So a lot of my videos, like if you want to hear me ramble, just watch any of my whales log videos or my dolphins log videos that I put out every month, because that's how I normally am. But for my more serious YouTube videos, I make sure to write a script and record my voice lines according to that. So I make sure I don't, catch myself rambling as I normally tend to do whenever I don't have a script. But yeah, I like making videos that, try to get straight to the point. We did with Hazel. Oh, okay, I see. So yeah, there is a precedent for that, I suppose. So yeah, we could get Clorinda by herself as like the only new character, and she's only a 4-star. You're still in awe by how Navia looks. Most beautiful character in the game by far. Yeah, she's up there, for sure. I like her a lot too, so I know how you feel. Gonna have to skip Hanabi. Ooh. Yeah, hopefully you get her next time around. Emily is Chevy's friend and Sumeru. Oh, okay, she's not Mondstadt, she's Sumeru, huh? Interesting. You saw the last leak you saw was that Arlecchino will be the weekly boss herself, huh? Interesting. Could I take a look at your Tartaglia? Sure, after I'm done with this scene. Your luck is all on Nikkei right now. I've been getting destroyed by Nikkei for the past month or two. Ever since Maid Pravati's banner, I've been getting fucking shit on. Blew like 90,000 gems plus like 40 or so limited tickets on Maid Pravati just to not get her. So I was forced to what is it? Spend my gold tickets on her, and then now I'm doing basically the same thing for Killer D. And yeah, I'm still getting shit on. And on top of that, they've just announced what is it? They just announced the ReZero collab. So yeah, I'm totally fucked. Fuck Nikkei.
最初から説明してあげた方がいいみたいね。事件の間、ポア村長でもいろんなことが。
You managed to C6 your Miko? Hey, congrats, man. Hopefully you enjoy your C6 Miko. Would I ever sell my Dakis if I needed to? No, probably not.
スピナディロースらが熱い信頼を寄せてる助っ人よ。
あ、よろしくな。俺の知ってる限りじゃ、ナビアがこんな風に誰かを褒めたことなんてないぜ。お前らやるな。
You like Chiori so far? Yeah, for sure. I like her a lot. I think she's great. I still stand by my statement that I think people are still hella overlooking her. And that she reminds me of Navia, where nobody really cared about Navia gameplay wise until she came out, and then people were like, oh my god, this bitch do damage. However, Navia is not going to be on the same. It's not going to happen to the same extent with Chiori as it did with Navia, because the main problem with Chiori is that she has a really high barrier to entry. Exclamation mark vid VID to go watch my first impressions video of Chiori, and I explain it, and I explain it a little better there. But basically, Chiori's main problem or weakness, if you want to call it that, is that she demands a very particular team. Is what I've noticed. Like theoretically, that should, like, for hardcore players, that shouldn't be an issue, because we're kind of already used to that, right? Considering most of us just run fucking Ride a National and call it a day. But us hardcore players are no strangers to, like, you know, setting up specific teams to do specific teams to do specific things, right? For like specific playstyles or whatever. But like when it comes to like more casual players or not as hardcore players, like the feeling of having to like run teams in for the sake of one character might feel a little bit foreign. So that might turn a lot of people off from Chiori. But if you can get her the team that she's looking for, then she's fantastic. If you get her the team that she's looking for, you understand her mechanics and the nuances of her dolls, which, you know, it's fairly straightforward, but there's a lot of mechanical things that you need to keep in mind. Like, as if you're willing to go the extra mile to make Chiori work, she absolutely gives you massive returns on your investment. Talking like I'm a fucking day trader right now. C6 is so busted. Bro, I want C6 Chiori so fucking bad. C6 Chiori seems like she'd be so goddamn fun. How are Nikkei collabs for free-to-plays? The collabs for Nikkei are really, really good. The biggest thing for free-to-plays for Nikkei collabs is that the pity system is one of the best pities I've seen in a gacha game so far, out of all the gacha games I've played. Because Nikkei has a spark pity system where you roll every time you do a multi-roll, or anytime you do a roll, the game gives you like a return currency, right? If you play Blue Archive, it's basically the same thing. Nikkei operates off a very similar system. Like, you do a multi-roll, the game gives you a multi, right? And then on top of that, no matter what you get like 10 of these mileage tickets. Is what they're called. And if you roll specifically on the limited rate up banners, then they'll give you gold mileage tickets. And you can exchange those if you need to go to pity, which is 20 multi rolls. You can just exchange 200 mileage tickets of those gold mileage tickets in the mileage shop or whatever, and you can just grab the rate up character directly like that if in case you don't want to roll for them anymore. However, what makes Nikkei's pity system really fucking good is that those gold mileage tickets that you get from rolling the limited banner, you can keep them forever. And the game will let you use those gold mileage tickets on any future limited rate up character and any future limited rate up character. That includes collab characters. So if you roll enough on Nikkei Gacha, and then you hear, oh, there's a collab coming up. Oh, I don't feel like rolling for them. I'll just use my gold mileage tickets for them. You absolutely can. And you can just instantly get the collab characters guaranteed without having to roll for them at all. Of course, you can still roll for them anyway, but it's really nice how Nikkei lets you keep gold mileage tickets for future characters. It can be, and it applies to everybody. Collab characters, limited seasonal, Nikkei characters, regular characters. It applies to everybody. So, collabs are really, really nice for free-to-plays. Obviously, you know, to make the most use out of that, or to get the most out of that, you probably need to have played Nikkei for a while, but, you know, that just kind of goes without saying. Also, board player, thanks so much for the 8-month resub. Welcome back. Is Chiori good? Yes, she's great. She's fantastic. The only problem with Chiori is that she has a very high barrier to entry that you kind of need to overcome first. But if you're willing to put in the extra mile or go the extra mile to make Chiori work, then she's great. She's fantastic. There. Chiori is voiced by Takatatsu Ayana. Yep. Voices one of my favorite quintuplets as well, I believe. She voices Nino. And she also voices Pravati as well. You did exactly that for 2B? Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
信じられない。そんなことが全部実際に起きたことだってのか？世の中どうかしてるぜ。
ReZero doesn't really tickle your fancy, but there might be a meta unit in there somewhere. You just really want Killer Wife. Yeah, same here. At first I was gonna skip her and save for whatever was next, but then I think my YouTube chat told me, oh, by the way, Killer D is like top tier burst 1 character. So I was like, shit, really? So I looked it up and sure enough, yeah. She's like tier 1 or tier 2. Like top or like extremely high tier. So I'm like, well, fuck. Alright. Guess I know what I'm doing. You meant C6 Mika? Oh, okay. Oops, not bad. You have no idea what C6 Chiori does? C6 Chiori turns into a main DPS. It gives her it cranks up her the normal attack multipliers. Her normal attack multipliers by a fuck ton. And gives her a huge defense boost on top of it just to make sure. So normally my Chiori only does about like maybe 2, 3, 4k, maybe even 5k per normal hit or per normal attack hit, depending on what kind of team I'm running. However, I've seen in other streams of people using C6 Chiori, their normal attacks do 12, 13, 14k per hit. So, yeah, C6 Chiori turns into a main Geo DPS. Which means that it makes her own Geo infusion actually mean something. What makes C6 Chiori? Oh yeah, I just explained that. Yeah. It's C6 Chiori is basically the same as C6 Kazuha, where just how C6 Kazuha gives Kazuha an animo infusion, and so that means he can become a main DPS himself. It's the exact same way for Chiori. It's just that Chiori's Geo infusion isn't locked behind a Constellation. She just already has it. So her C6 just cranks up her damage through the fucking roof. How is Navi and Chiori duo in my opinion? Not ideal, but you can make it work. Ideally, you want who is it? Ideally, you want C1 Chiori. Yeah. People were saying before I got Chiori that ideally you want C1 Chiori with Navia. I think they're right. Because yeah, you either go double Geo or full mono Geo. Ideally with Chiori. And since Navia relies on crystallized shards for her own damage, if you run her mono Geo, that's kind of a stretch. So if you want to run Chiori and Navia, ideally you want to run C1 Chiori with that. So that way Chiori gets both her dolls up because Navia doesn't have a construct. So if you only have C0 Chiori, C0 Chiori and Navia doesn't really work. Because that means that you don't have the extra Geo teammate construct to support Chiori. So that means you're only going to be working with one doll. And that's really bad because that's like half her damage gone right there. So, C1 Chiori if you want to run her with Navia. Otherwise, your only option of running Navia and Chiori is Mono Geo. But then that means that your Navia's damage is not going to be very good. Because it's going to take her much longer to acquire her shotgun stacks. That's the issue. Who's your favorite character in Genshin based on gameplay? Gameplay-wise, probably... I mean, characters in Genshin are all pretty simple, once you understand what they do. It's more the teams that make the characters more interesting, rather than the individual characters themselves. But if I had to say, probably Yelan, because C6 Yelan is fucking busted and hilarious. Is it possible we get ReZero leaks on Killer before Killer Wife banner expires? If you look hard enough, I'm sure you could find leaks somewhere, but I don't really pay attention to Nikkei leaks myself, so I wouldn't know where you would go to even find them in the first place. But well, I know for a fact that we do get Nikkei leaks on a regular basis, but I don't really pay attention to them as much as I do, like, say, Genshin. Mainly because it's kind of hard to avoid Genshin leaks if you're on Twitter in any capacity. Personally, Astro Piggy, I would advise you to go for Killer D first, because collab characters traditionally in gacha games are not very high tier. Sometimes they can be, but they're never, in my experience, collab characters are never like super, like truly top tier in any capacity. Like, they can be good, but not like top of the damage charts or whatever. Like, for example, I know 2B's pretty good, but like she's not exactly like tier 0. Like, she's like maybe bottom of tier 1 or maybe tier 2. I think A2 actually might be even higher than 2B is on the tier list. But if you're talking about specifically meta, then Killer D is, I think, a safer bet to go with. Just because we need more good Burst 1 characters. And apparently Killer D is a really good fucking Burst 1 character. Have Arlecchino's discussion started? Yeah, we talked about Arlecchino a little bit earlier. If you want to talk about it more, I'm game. I'm down. That sucks. Yeah, unfortunately, you kind of need Chiori C1 if you specifically want to run her with Navia. Unfortunately, that's kind of how her. Oh, there's a cat here. Why is there a cat here? Unfortunately, that's kind of how her how Chiori's like gameplay kind of breaks down. With only one doll, it's like basically 46% less damage. Yeah, exactly. Like pretty much half her damage gone right there. So it's pretty bad. same as Albedo in practice? I still think C0, I think honestly C0 Chiori is better than Albedo with any constellation. Because remember that Albedo was a year 1 5-star. His constellations, in all honesty, are not that good. I think his C2 is probably his best one, but C4 is like what the fuck ever. And then his C6 is okay. It's nothing, it's not really worth, it's like this C6 effect is nowhere near as good as like future 5-star characters' C6 effects. His C1 is kind of like meh. But I think, yeah, his C2 is by far his best one. Because it actually gives him a meaningful damage increase, I believe. But, even with Albedo C2, I still think Chiori C0 has higher damage output, personally. I don't know. I would need to do more testing with both of them together on the same team to see how that would work. But if they're the same constellation level, then I think Chiori by far has superior damage output. But Albedo is just super brain dead to use. That's like his main selling point by now. At this point, now that Chiori's in the game, like they behave functionally, they fulfill the exact same role, but Albedo is super fucking chill, because like you only need to care about one artifact set on him, which is Husk. Right, just farm Husk and you're good to go. His skill has a 4-second cooldown, so you can fucking spam that shit. And it lasts for 30 seconds. So like, it covers any rotation you want to do with him. Not to mention, if you don't, you can just give him Sinbar Spindle if you have it. If not, that's okay, because you can just give him fucking what is it? Harbinger of Dawn. and like you're good. You're good to go. On top of which, I'm pretty sure Albedo's new best in slot weapon is now Chiori's own weapon too, right? Considering they play the exact same. Normal attack increase, well, that doesn't really matter for Albedo, but the elemental skill damage is great. And then when a nearby active character deals geo damage, the elemental skill damage is doubled, so 48% at R1, so yeah, that's even better. And additionally, wielder's defense increased by 20% for no reason, so yeah. Like, I don't see how Uraku isn't Albedo's new best in slot weapon now. Let's see, let's teleport back here. You run Ningguang with the crystallized set? Yeah, surprisingly Ningguang does work with Chiori. Because at the very least, Ningguang does have a construct. Hey, Khaled Alter, welcome back. Characters announced so far were SSR Emilia, SSR Rem, and Welfare Ram. Yeah. Will she start playing with the Nier collab? Yeah, hopefully they bring back collabs in some sort of capacity. Hopefully. But we'll see if they decide to do that or not. Thoughts on sustained wealth for Acheron, Hope, or Cope? I think it's half and half. If you don't have any other better nihility options, then like, and your wealth is only on like E0, then sure. But like, you kind of really want E1 wealth at the very least, in my opinion. But I think it's half and half, maybe leaning more towards Hopium. Like, I think if you already have a sustained wealth built already, or if you already have a support wealth built already, then sure. But I'm not sure if you should like go out of your way right now to try to build your wealth if you don't have them built at this point. If you still want to, then go ahead. And if you don't have any other better nihility character, then sure, go ahead. But I don't know. Are you gonna pull for Arlecchino and her weapon? Yeah, I'll try. Especially now that I got really lucky with Chiori. Yeah, I'm absolutely gonna go for Arlecchino. Since Chiori is our only new character for this patch, I have the rest of 4.5 to just save up on Prima gems. You don't have any Primos right now, but you really like Chiori. Yeah, she's great. I like her a lot. Plus, I love her voice actress too. So great for me. Oh, we gotta make our way all the way over here. Guess we'll go take the scenic route. Basically, FGO USOs if they were good for the Nikkei Paydia system. Yeah. Not wrong. Possible with Nier because Yokotaro has said several times he will collab with anyone as long as the money's right. Based. Absolutely based. Collab rerun gonna be wild. Yeah, hopefully they do a collab rerun. Because it's never guaranteed. Collabs in gacha games are kind of finicky. You're a bit confused about Arlecchino's skill. Does using it mean then swap mean that enemies hit with her skill have periodic pyro damage for every 3 seconds for 30 seconds? Let's see. Let's see. Summons forth Bale Moon Bloodfire, dealing pyro damage to multiple nearby enemy opponents. And performing a dash cleave against one of them, dealing AoE power damage. Opponents hit by aforementioned attack will then have Blood Debt Directive applied to them. After dash cleave, Arlecchino's bond of life will be cleared, and Nourishing Cinders will trigger. Arlecchino recovers HP equivalent to 100% value of life bond that was cleared. Blood Debt Directive lasts for 30 seconds. Every 3 seconds, he'll deal 1 instance of pyro damage to the opponent, max 3 instances. When Arlecchino uses a charge attack, she'll also absorb and clear nearby Blood Debt Directives that she applied. Each directive absorbed grants her a bond of life worth 20% of her max HP. And the maximum value of bond of life she can get through doing this is within 20 seconds after using her elemental skill is 80% of her max HP. Every 3 seconds, it'll deal 1 max 3 instances. And your question was, does using it then swap mean the enemies hit with E have a periodic pyro damage for every 3 seconds for 30 seconds? Well, from what I'm reading here, it only triggers 3 times. So when you see enemies hit by take pyro damage from her skill, 3 times, that's it. They're not going to take any more damage than that. But as for the swap thing, I don't know where you're getting that from. Like, what's the concern with like swapping to another character here? You have like 4 story chapters to do on Genshin. Better get started. Your Albedo is C1, but you don't really use him much. Yeah, unfortunately, he's definitely a year 1 character. I mean, he's still good, especially if you have him like super geared up, but yeah, kind of a year 1 5-star. Albedo Constellation just lets him scale off of other stuff, and that's it. Chiori's 100% better if you have 2 dolls, and C1, it's just godlike. I don't know if C1 is... Oh, C1 is good because of its range increase. That's actually the other big thing with Chiori. Her other big weakness that I didn't mention. The fact that the range on her dolls is actually pretty small. Like you can notice, like you can tell that her dolls' range is not that good. Like ideally, you want to make sure to like shotgun the dolls right in front of enemies. And I think by far Chiori's biggest weakness is enemies that like to run around a lot or like love to reposition. So like for example, the Hydro, like a good example of this is like maybe the Hydro Fatui witches or whatever they're called, because they love teleporting all over the place. So yeah, that shit sucks. As small as Yae C0. I actually don't know. I don't have I've always played with a C6 Miko, so I actually don't have a good mental image of like how far a C0 Miko's range is. I would say that C0 Miko's totems still have better range than Chiori's, but I don't know. I can't verify that on my own. You'd have to look up some like videos showcasing like Miko's C0 skill totem range, and try to compare that mentally with like C0 Chiori's dollar range. But all I know for sure is that Chiori's dolls at C0 have pretty limited range, to the point where you have to keep it in mind whenever you're retargeting enemies, or if you're going up against enemies that love to like run around or reposition a lot. So Genshin has a story? Surprisingly, yes. Spindle actually is still his best? Oh, that's funny. Defense boost too good, I guess. You just straight up bought Killer Wife, thanks for selling you? No problem, man. And best of luck with the ReZero collab too. So, C1 Chiori is good, but I don't think it's godlike. I forget what Chiori's C2 was. I think I liked her C2 better than I did her C1. Or maybe I'm just confusing her constellations with Albedo's, actually. I'm gonna have to take another look at Chiori's low constellation levels and reassess how good they are.
お前らはボスから深く信頼されてるし、いつもボスのそばにいるみたいだが、スピナディロースラに入る気はないのか。そうか、それでずっと旅をしてるのか。一緒にいたのはたまたまよ。私も長い間二人には会ってなかったんだから。冒険者はずっと同じ場所に留まることはない。スピナディロースラの肩書きなんて、旅人たちには束縛になっちゃうよ。
You love your Albedo just because you put on any team. Yeah, exactly. Even though I still think that Chiori does somewhat power creep Albedo. And honestly, by the way, I'm the type of person who doesn't really believe in power creep in a lot of gacha games. Because we all know that Genshin players love bitching about, oh, power creep this, power creep that. But in reality, like, yeah, right. But, you know, if we're talking from a strictly, you know, gameplay performance perspective, then yeah, I do think that, like, Chiori being, you know, basically, or having basically the same gameplay style as Albedo, and her doing more damage than Albedo does, it does mean that she does power creep Albedo to a certain extent, but, like, Albedo is so simple to use. So, like, sure, there might be a little element of power creep there, but like Chiori is compared to Albedo, Chiori is a goddamn headache to invest in and gear up. And not only that, to use too on top of that. Like you're paying for the extra damage output that Chiori gives you for like having to run specific teams and nailing your rotations perfectly and shit like that. Albedo doesn't give a shit. He's chill. Like you said, you can just toss Albedo into any team and he works fine. He's a chill motherfucker. I mean, all those years living in Dragon Spines chilled him out real fucking good, I guess. But yeah, Albedo is super chill. You don't have to. You can just turn your brain off with him and just go. You know, oh, 4-piece husk, defense, all the defense. You know, Cinnabar Spindle. If you don't have that, that's fine. Give him Harbinger of Dawn. It's a fucking 3-star. Start playing him. Oh, what's that? E. You get his alt Q. E again. E some more. Super easy. So yeah, I definitely agree. So it's not even, it shouldn't even, you shouldn't even think of, I shouldn't even think of, who is it, Chiori, quote, power creeping Albedo. It's more like, oh, do you want an Albedo that's more annoying to use, but, you know, in return you get more damage? Go play Chiori, basically. If you want to be more chill about it, then, hey, just stick with Albedo. That's fine. Only way to reposition the doll is by pushing it or staggering the doll, popping up by Chiori's E first and then the DP's construct. True, yeah, but like obviously there's problems with both of them, right? Like you in Abyss you can't really spend the time to like push your dolls around, even though you can. And if you put out her dolls, like if you have Chiori use her skill first and only put out one doll, and then you put down your construct afterwards, then like you're missing out on a lot of damage right there already. So like ideally you want to already have another construct out first and then use Chiori's skill, so that way both the dolls come out at the same time and immediately start doing damage. So like there's obviously problems with both. So it's like it's a tough sell either way. Actually, before I forget, let me take a look at Chiori's constellations real quick. Yeah, her C1 basically means, oh, her dolls have increased range, much better range, because 50% increase. And then the summon additional Tomoda one basically means you no longer need to run a another Geo character who has a construct. Now you can run her with Navia, and you'll be fine. What's a C2? Oh, her C2's really good. Oh yeah, I remember this. She summons an additional like smaller doll or whatever. This shit is actually fucking amazing, I think. Or at least on paper, from what I read here, it should be really amazing. Because yeah, this means that her ultimate is no longer just a throwaway, like, oh, she gets a little bit more damage and that's it. Like, her ult now has an actual fucking purpose. So yeah, her C2 is really good. Because now you can summon an extra smaller doll that also does damage. So yeah, C2 Chiori should be amazing. Should be. Anybody got leaks on Farina rerun? I think there's been a pattern that's been confirmed with Archon reruns, right? Archons get rerun within the same patch, I believe, right? Every Archon so far, with obviously the exception of who is it, Venti, has come out with like the second patch, or the second or third patch, right? Raiden came out with like 2.2, I think. Nahida came out with 3.2, Farina 4.2, and I believe they come back within like 3 patches or something. So like 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, something like that. If I'm remembering correctly, like there should be a pattern. So Farina should be coming back soon. TM. Yeah, press skill and fuck off. Exactly. Game polarized, just use whatever's comfortable for you. Yeah, exactly. As long as it gets the job done and clears Abyss within 3 minutes. Still, you'll love using Venti. I mean, for any floor that Venti works really well on, yeah, Venti just kind of shits on everything. Like, as long as you don't need to worry about big enemies or enemies that are resistant to like crowd control, like Venti just kind of shits on everybody. Like, enemies don't get to fight you when you have Venti up. So like, technically he's still very good. It's just that he's not very good against bosses, and that's kind of where the focus is on right now. Wish they could have made her Geo Infusion a little bit better at the very least. Make her C6 earlier in upgrades. Yeah, I feel ya. You can still make her playstyle work with Geo Infusion if you bring a team full of coordinated attackers or like off-field DPSs. Like, for example, with this team that I have right now with Chiori, Raiden, Fischl, and Zhongli, I can pretend that I can play my Chiori as if she were a main Geo DPS. Most of the damage would be coming from like Raiden and her dolls, and obviously official, but it can work, funnily enough. But yeah, typically like super like main like off-field DPS is becoming a main DPS. Those types of buffs are usually reserved for C6s. Like it should be quite common. So like Chiori has that obviously, where C6 turns into a main DPS. Yelan has that too, where her C6 gives her ult every time she ults, she gets like 5 charge attack shots that she can rapid fire, and she does a ton of burst damage because of that. Who else? Kazu's like that too, where his C6 gives him an animo infusion. Who else is another example of that? Oh yeah, I think Nahida, same thing too. Nahida becomes a main Dendro DPS once you get her ass to C6, so on and so forth. I forget if Farina is the same way too. Not sure. Technically Nilo is the same way too, but you hardly ever see people using like actually using Nahida's C6. Actually no, maybe you still do if you run her with Navi. Nahida actually, because yeah, Nahida turns Dendro related reactions, or gives Dendro related reactions a like an actual chance to crit now. So actually, scratch that. Nahida's crit stats absolutely do factor into that. Kokomi is that way too, where her C6 gives her a big hydro damage bonus. Blah blah blah. Yeah, and so on and so forth. So it's quite common. So it's unfortunate that yeah, you have to wait until C6 to like truly use Nahida, Chiori as like a main DPS, but it is what it is. Hey, Wild Panda Man, how's it going, man? Congrats on the Chiori luck and good video you put on her. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for watching the video. Chiori's best free-to-play weapon is Harbinger. Yeah, I mean, obviously. She and Albedo play the exact same, so. Thought she would thought she would rerun with Arlecchino, who Farina, but turns out she is not. Oh, yeah, interesting. Guess we'll find out when we get when we you know get the live stream preview for 4.5. Farina is like that too. Yeah, exactly. C6 Nahida is the meme where she punches Wanderer in the mecha. Listen to mommy, smack. C6 Nahida pulls out the chancla. You listen here, Wanderer. Just tested it, same range. Okay, that makes sense then. Actually, yeah, easier for Hoyo devs to work with. Got your C6 Eula nice and early and was able to get Chiori as well. Got C5 Dehya, losing 50-50, but you're happy with that? Yeah. One step closer to becoming a C6 Dehya main. Hey, Fallout Alchemist, how's it going, man? Welcome back. Actually, kind of curious for those of you in chat. Now that Chronicled Wish banner has been brought up, I'm actually kind of curious. How many of you guys have actually rolled Chronicled Wish banner so far? Because prior to 4.5 coming out, I had like maybe 2 or 3 guys tell me that they were gonna go for Chronicled Wish banner for some stuff that they were looking for, like Eula or like a copy of Hunter's Path or Beacon or whatever. Now that it's here, I'm actually kind of curious how many of you guys actually rolled on Chronicled Wish banner. Because, like, I'm getting the sense that more people are rolling Chronicled Wish banner than I thought. Which, I suppose I should have expected that, considering this is Genshin we're talking about. Hell no! Yeah, I don't expect most of you to, but... I was still kind of curious. Regardless, C6 Nahida should just be her transforming into the greater Lord of Dendro. Honestly, yeah. When Nahida ults, she turns into her adult form. You heard heard a couple people intentionally rolling for Jin and Mona. Yeah, yeah, that's understandable for sure. Yeah, because there are plenty of Genshin legacy Genshin players out there, who still don't have like one of the permanent 5-star characters. Like so many people like trying their damnedest to get Mona or Jean or like a particular 5-star, perma 5-star character. And so yeah, like you give them the chance to like roll for them directly, and yeah, I'm sure they would take it. Even for Beacon, hell no. Or even for Bacon, hell no. You spent 108 wishes? Oh, that sounds familiar, so yeah, I'm sure you probably told me that already. You would be rolling for Eula as well too if Arlecchino wasn't showing up next month or in what, 6 weeks? Okay. You can get standard lock characters in that banner. Apparently so, yeah. I was under the impression that you couldn't. But I guess it's good that they do let you roll for the Mondstadt story lock characters there too. I mean, at the very least, I would fucking hope so. You have a C3 Mona. All those times you lost your 50-50s, your coin flips to Mona. All the Mondstadt characters should be in the normal banner. Like regional banners, right? That'd be a cool idea. Was hoping it'd last the whole patch, but sadly no. Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of confused as to why it's only lasting for three weeks. Like, why not have it just run for the entire patch? It's kind of weird. But you know, it's MiHoYo, so you know, there's always a caveat. There's always an asterisk somewhere. Kind of funny because you got a super early Mona spook on Chiori's banner.
ああ、悪いな。今の言葉、ボスに伝えとく。
でも今後も似たようなことをしようとしたら、似たようなことを考えでもしたら、今度こそ絶対に見逃したりしないから。わかった？
わかったわかった。おい、行くぞ。
Managed to get Ito's weapon and Chiori, so Mono Geo's go outside of C5 Goro. One problem though, how does one get XP not painfully? What, through ley lines? I mean, at this point, you kind of have to farm ley lines. Not really much a way around it. Remember that your Serenity pot does sell you XP materials, the tier 2 and tier 3 XP books. So make sure you're buying those out every week to help out. But yeah, just gotta, at this point you just gotta farm XP the hard way.
最近は向こうの状況も芳しくないから、大した騒ぎは起こせないはずってコルタンも言ってたしね。今はまさに面と向かって話し合ってみる絶好のチャンスなのかも。でもやっぱりロムーフの動向には気をつけといた方が良さそうね。もしこっちの警告を無視されちゃったら、やっぱり最後には戦闘になっちゃうと思うから。そうだな。あいつら
I feel like they put in Chronicle Wish banner, Chronicle Wish, only when they started to put into thought of power creeping? You're saying they put up, you're saying they came up with Chronicled Wish, as a response to, like, characters getting, power crept? I don't know if I agree with that. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know why they came out with Chronicled Wish banner at all, to be honest. Cause like it doesn't feel like a MiHoYo thing to do, to be honest, to be perfectly blunt. So I'm not sure how much of it is due to them being concerned about power creep. Because like if they're concerned about power creep, then what's a Chronicled Wish banner gonna do about that exactly? Like, if you want to combat power creep, you just make old characters better. Like, you buff some of the older characters. That's how you fight power creep. So I don't know about that. God knows when Sam will come to the game. What, in Star Rail? Probably not for a while. That requires chopping wood. Oh, you hadn't even set up your Serenity shop? Your teapot yet? I mean, even I did that back when the teapot first came out, like, what, 2 years ago.
ポア村長もフォンテーヌ邸に負けないくらいの大都市になれるって。
It was a way to fix the long wait for characters without actually fixing it.
目先のことも過去のこともあんまり考えなかったの。だからこそ一般人とは違う。
So basically, it was a shitty way of fixing it. Is what you're trying to say. Which, yes, I would agree with that. The correct path was to introduce old characters to permanent banner. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Like at the very least, put in like Albedo as like put him into the gacha as a permanent character rather than limited. Because again, reminder chat, Genshin still doesn't have a permanent Geo 5-star character in the game yet. At least I don't think so, right? Because we have 2 Pyro characters, Dehya and Diluc, and we have a Dendro character in Tignari, but still no Geo.
冗談冗談
miHoYo just hates Geo characters, I guess. Fucking Keck W. To be fair, buffing Albedo is a lost cause? No. Well, what do you mean buffing Albedo is a lost cause? If you think buffing one particular character is a lost cause, then why, along that logic, why buff anybody at all?
ただせっかく素敵な夜だからこのまま終わるなんてもったいないなと思ってそう思わないってことで
Your biggest issue was not putting out Tignari's and Dehya's weapons into standard. True, yeah. They should have put Bacon and Hunter's Path and put them in as perma weapons after their initial debut runs ended. Yeah.
こんな時間だし元気ないかもって時のことも考えてちゃんと準備してあるからおしゃべりに付き合ってくれるつもりでいいからさどうかなさ早く釣りに行きましょう
It just means they know old characters are especially not worth it. Thus, they... Oh, chat kind of scroll up there. It just means that... God fucking damn it. Thus, they are not worth putting on the normal limited banner wish. That's funny you put it that way because a lot of people were joking that, well, not even joking, people meme about how the reason why they put Dehya into perma banner is because she was not as good as most of the other 5-star characters. So, it's funny you mentioned that considering Dehya exists.
そんなつまらない規則なんてどうだっていいわ使い勝手のいい刃物を使うまでよ
But more on that whole like old character part. Obviously, there are some 5-star characters, especially some of the older ones, who might not live up to our current DPS standards these days in like the current year. But like, I would still argue Ganyu and Zhongli and some of the other and a lot of the other like year 1 5-stars are still extremely powerful still. So I don't quite agree with the whole they know old characters are especially not worth it. And it's super easy to make characters it would be super easy for miHoYo to make those older characters worth rolling for again because again, they can just buff them. It's just not something they've done yet. They've done yet so far, and I think that they should. So no, I don't see the logic behind them like I don't see the logic behind your claim that they know old characters are especially not worth it, when like they could easily make them worth it on their own. Like miHoYo, like it would take miHoYo a day to come up with a fucking buff for any one of them and put on a banner being like, "Hey, look guys, we buffed this character. Now go roll for them." But again, it's miHoYo. They're fucking weird. But yeah, besides that, again, Dehya existing is kind of the counterpoint to your claim there. It was rumored that Chiori would be, but no.
つもりがないのならいっそ私のモデルになってくれない？綺麗な服をデザインしてあげる。
most year one characters are pretty simple anyway, so what's the point of Albedo and Cleat to be exclusive, like just a cash grab? I think one reason may be why older limited characters like Albedo and Cleat are not like transitioned into perma gachas, because if you do that, then the community will it'll set a precedent basically, where the community starts expecting MiHoYo to add more and more limited 5 stars into the perma pool, which I do admit, I do concede that is a legitimate concern that some people may have. But here's the thing. Now that we have Chronicled Wish banner, and it's obvious this whole Chronicled Wish system is how MiHoYo wants to do this. Now that we have that, and how each Chronicled Wish banner has like up to 6 different 5-star characters on them, and you can pick which character you want to roll for, and so it's a coin flip for who you're trying to go for, right? Now that we have that sort of system, I don't see a problem with them expanding perma pool now, right? Because before, if we didn't have the Chronicled Wish banner, people's concerns about the perma pool getting way too bloated was a real concern, because that's what you have with games like Arknights and FGO and other gacha games that do that sort of thing, or they have like a lot of like permanent characters, right? Trying to get spooked by one particular perma character is going to be very tough. It's going to get tougher the more characters you have in there, obviously. But I feel like those arguments just kind of fall through now that we have Chronicled Wish banner, no? Because like Chronicled Wish banner again makes it so that you can afford to start expanding perma pool, because if you want to go for like one particular perma character in particular, you just go for Chronicled Wish banner. It's not perfect, obviously. But I mean, that's how Genshin, that's how MiHoYo insists on handling this situation. So like, that's the best you're gonna get. If you want anything better than that, you gotta wait another 3 years or some shit. Another 3-4 years. Best of luck waiting that long. Won't dropping Albedo on general banner now cause a legal ruckus because he already had more than one banner prior to this, to all this stuff? I don't know what kind of legal thing it would break. Like, this is MiHoYo's game. They should be able to do whatever they want within it, right? I don't know what kind of legal thing that it would violate. Maybe there might be some weird fucking obscure Chinese law that prevents them from doing something like that, but I wouldn't know about it. Still think Ningguang should have been a 5-star. Yeah, kind of weird that the leader of Liu is only a 4-star, but here we are. Hoyo versus way to buff characters by adding new content. Hard to buff Albedo other than for them to really, or hard to buff Albedo other than for them to swap out Goro entirely. I don't know where you're going with the Goro angle, but I do understand the rest of it. I mean, yeah, that's how MiHoYo has been, quote, buffing characters, but personally, I don't really consider those to be true buffs. Because whenever I talk about developers buffing characters, I'm talking about when developers go out of their way to make one particular character stronger than they were before. Like, it's part of their content schedule, not like, oh, these characters, these older characters just so happen to get stronger. because we added new content. Like, I don't really consider that to be true buffing. Because I come from other gacha games, like for example FGO, where we've had plenty of older characters who've gotten a huge leg up from the developers going out of their way to give them buffs, right? Obviously, there are some servants in FGO who got better with newer servants, for example. I mean, obviously, fucking look at Castoria and Quiet Light, but I don't really count those as buffs. So along the same logic, I don't see MiHoYo's way of, quote, buffing characters as truly buffing them. They just happen to be stronger now that we have servants that can, you know, that happen to work with them, or like new artifact sets that happen to be characters as new best in slots. But effectively, they're just doing the same shit that they used to. They just have newer teammates and newer toys to play with. Is that buffing them? No, I don't think so. Like an inner, yeah, exactly, Frankie. I mean, that's the exact shit that I suggested that MiHoYo, like how MiHoYo should implement character buffs in Genshin. Because we do have that character side story system where like characters have their own like story chapters or whatever. I mean, we're doing one right now for Navia. You hate every special interception bots that isn't Modernia. Holy shit. Yeah, they can all get pretty annoying. I think the most annoying bosses by far are Tyson, the train boss, and Gravedigger, for sure. But for those bosses, you just need to set up specific teams. Like for Tyson, excuse me, the train boss. The team that I typically use are at least before I set up my Alice team. The team that I used to use was the double tank team with Sakura and who was the other tank burst one character, the Russian looking lady. I'm forgetting her name. She has a hot spring version that we got last winter. But yeah, I ran both of them as my burst ones, and then ran Scarlet, Ruby, and Modernia. Or, yeah, Modernia, I guess. But like, for Gravedigger and Alt Tyson, you have to run specific teams. And you should be okay as soon as you set them up. The only successful buff that happened was when they buffed Zhongli. Yeah, literally the only time that they ever buffed characters post buff, and even then that was a freak act. That was like a freak incident because the Chinese players were pissed that, you know, the god of China wasn't very strong, so MiHoYo had to buff them to avoid getting their asses reported to the CCP. Only reason why people would argue against it is that they wail on the character? You mean against buffing the characters? But why would they argue against a character that they wailed for getting better? Unless you're talking about, unless somebody in chat was like talking about how gacha developers can't nerf characters, and so yeah, that would make sense. Logic checks out there, right? If people wailed for a character and like developers like nerfed them after they came out, and after people wailed for them, then yeah, players rightfully, in my opinion, have a reason to bitch about that. But buffing characters? Like, where's the logic? If we're talking about buffing characters after they came out and after people wailed for them, like what? Why would they be upset about that? Oh, is he? Are you talking? Oh, he must be talking about. Nova's must have been talking about putting what is it? The context must have been putting limited characters into permagacha. Sorry, I'm still catching with chat, so I'm missing out. I'm missing some of the context here. Okay, yeah, putting limited characters into perma. At this point, like it's been a long enough time. Like I feel like personally, I don't really care. Like, for example, they can put Raiden into Permapool tomorrow, and I wouldn't be upset just because, oh, I wailed for Raiden, C6 Raiden back during your first banner, but that was like fucking 2 years ago or some shit. 2 or 3 years ago at this point. Like, I'm sure some people will be, some idiots on Twitter would be upset about that, but like, I think most people would broadly be okay. Like, people don't really care anymore. Like, if a gacha game made a limited character like permanent, like only like barely 6 months after they came out, then that'd be a different story. But it's been like fucking 2-3 years. Hey Hidemakura, welcome back. How's it going? Oh, you're thinking that the legal aspect would be that since Albedo wasn't promoted as a general banner character, putting him into perma banner now would pretty much be saying to everyone that who wailed him that yeah, the character you trying to burn a ton of cash on for now, you can get him with the free summoning currency. Now that you put it that way, just because characters get put into permapool doesn't mean that you're guaranteed to get them though. So there's still value in limited characters, even if they become permanent, there's still value to them getting rate ups, because at least with rate ups, especially with a game like a gacha game like Genshin, where you're guaranteed a character that you're rolling for, right? If you roll enough anyway. There's still value in characters having their own rate ups, right? Because why would people be rolling for some of the permanent characters in Chronicled Wish banner right now? Like for Mona or Jean or whoever, right? I mean, those characters are permanent characters. So along that same logic, it's like that's like saying, oh, nobody should be rolling on Chronicled Wish banner because like they're permanent. You can just get them from limited banners, right? Just get lucky, Keck W. So, like, that would be my argument against the people who are concerned that, you know, oh, if you put limited time characters into permapool, that means that it's going to take a fat shit on anybody who wailed for them back in the first banner. But that's just me. Ow. Gravedigger's the worst. Yeah, Ludmilla. Devs can't nerf characters. E7 would I'd like to have a word with you guys. E7's different because E7 actually has like quote serious PvP, so there's a reason to nerf characters there at least for PvP. I actually don't know how E7 handles nerfing characters for like PvE. Like when they nerf a character in Epic 7, do they only nerf their PvP capabilities, or do they also nerf like everything about them at the same time? Like, when you nerf them for PvP, do they also get nerfed for PvE? An example of nerfing a character was Rift Hounds against Shields. Yeah, and again, along that same logic, I don't consider that nerfing either. Just like how I don't consider, like, future content in Genshin. Like, for example, oh, Shinyan makes Diluc Plunge viable now, right? Just in the same way that I don't consider that interaction between Shinyan and Diluc to be a buff for Diluc, I don't consider Rift Hounds to be a nerf against Zhongli. What I would call that is a skill issue. Back when people were bitching about, oh, Zhongli's useless now because Rift Hounds can go through shields. Yeah, no, that's a fucking skill issue. You need to get your ass over it. Maybe, don't run Zhongli, maybe? Have you considered running healers, maybe? But no, nobody wants to run healers because that means you lose so much DPS. Yeah, and then Farina comes out. God. fucking comedy, bros. But yeah, no, I wouldn't even consider Rift Towns to be a nerf to Zhongli either. PvE doesn't really matter. Everything's balanced around PvP. Not surprising.
ただいま。フォンテーヌ邸であんたにプレゼントを買ってきたよ。わあ、ボス、ありがとう。
何言ってるのこの子ったら。
And the Rift Towns are actually amazing for Fontaine characters. Yep. Oh, thanks to the free damage increase.
プレゼントだけじゃなくてサプライズもあるんだから。
Learn how to dodge normie? Yeah, exactly. The Tartaglia weekly boss is too hard. I don't want to learn how to play them. I don't know. I don't want to know how to. Oh, I don't want to put in the time to learn how to play that fight. Christ. Actual unironic skill issue.
こんなにすごい人とお友達になれたナビアお姉ちゃんもすごい。
Hey, Ken Claudia, welcome back.
何が入ってるの？開けてもいい？
So many characters in Arknights. If and when a certain character will get a rerun, a return can be 6 months to never.
これスピナディロースラの制服だ。私にくれるの？でもサイズが大きすぎて。
We sometimes forget that 99% of Genshin players don't actually play again. Oh, I don't. I know that for personally, Hinamakura. I've always talked about how the vast majority of Genshin players are fucking casuals or outright normies. But I like shitting on them anyway from time to time.
いろんな危ないことに出くわすことになる。あんたはまだ小さいし、あんたのママにも心配はかけられない。だからこの間は大きくなったらまたおいでってことであんたを断ったの。で、この服はその約束の証よ。そうだったんだ。うん、わかった。ナビアお姉ちゃんありがとう。頑張って早く大きくなるからね。
You got 3 yellow headhunting tickets, with only main 6 stars being Chen Alter, Aya Alter, and Typhon, strongly considering Kennel. Banner for Saria, Ifrit, Warfarin, and Lapland. That Kennel banner is actually really good. Ifrit is great, Saria is fantastic, Warfarin is great for setups, and Lapland is an excellent 5-star. If you want to risk rolling some of your tickets on Kennel banner, you can like that's not a bad idea. If you need more characters, more operators. Excuse me. You got Don Quixote and JPFJ. Hey, congrats, man. The donkey is cute.
かなり前から準備していたものと思われます。昨日ボスからの手紙を受け取って間もなくメンバーと共に調査に取り掛かりました。ですが、情報を得ていたようで、全員がすでに拠点を撤退してしまっていました。後を追ってみたところ、まさかポア村長にたどり着くとは。
もしかして昨日フォンテーヌ邸で衝突したせいで警戒させちゃったか？
座ってお話ししてくれるつもりなんて。
Soon we get scared older cat. Yep, Jessica Alter.
ごめん。私が甘かったみたい。でも
You love the character evolution, the design evolution for Don Quixote? Yeah. Very appropriate.
ポア村長の東側の丘にクレメンタイン線の近くです。
We do a little bit of terrorism.
ロムーフの連中はスピナディロースラとパパを憎んでるし、そもそも彼らの仲を引き裂いたのも純粋戦だったわけだもんね。
all the NPCs have mustaches, it seems. Perhaps so. I know some Fontaine NPCs don't have mustaches. I guess for Navia's quest, a lot of them do. Having those like short mustaches could be like a fashion statement in Fontaine.
転がり落ちてくる岩に引かれないよう気をつけてって周知しないと。
船の上に避難させましょう。あそこが一番安全なはずです。
相棒、クレメンタイン船を任せていいかな。起爆を許せば、ポアソン町にいる人たちだけじゃなく、運転中の純粋船だって巻き込まれちゃう。まずは奴らの強行を止めるのよ。その後でまとめて蹴りをつけてやる。
Italian names are always peak. Yeah.
Boss, 危ない!
A traitor.
何をする気だ、コルタ!
邪魔な奴がやっといなくなったと思ったら、今度はお前に邪魔されるとはな。
まさか誘導作戦。コルタ、あんたもロムーフの
Amogus, yes, he was sus.
そういうことだったのね。連中の企みをとっくに知ってたからこそ、わざと近頃の状況が芳しくないっていう偽の情報を吹き込んで、こっちの警戒を緩めようとしたんでしょ。
I kind of wonder if we will get an Italian region for Genshin.
俺が憎んでるのはナビア。お前一人だからな。
こっち気をつけて。
ロムーフは約束してくれた。ナビアさえ始末すりゃ、ポア村長には手を出さないと。だが、お前は始終あの邪魔者と一緒にいて、手を出すチャンスを訪れなかった。そんで見ての通り、ロムーフは待ちきれなくなったのさ。もともとは俺だってここにいる必要はなかったんだ。けどな、たとえこのクソったれの土地に埋もれる羽目になっても、俺はこの手でお前を殺したいんだ。
なぜ？
なぜかって？何にも知っちゃいないから、そんなアホな質問ができるわけだ。お前は昔のスピナデロースらがどれだけ輝いていたか知らない。ポア村長が最も栄えていたあの時期を経験したこともない。だが俺は違う。俺はこの目で見ていた。それなのに全てが消えていくのを黙って見ていることしかできなかった。全部貴様のせいだ、ナビア。
Which country is Natlan supposed to represent? I actually do not know.
タイさんがお前のせいで死んだ。カーレスさんが死んだのもお前のせいだ。マルシラックとシルバもお前のせいで死んだんだ。
I actually don't know.
それ以外にもあれだけの人間が
Navia is obviously American. Yes, sir. All them guns.
ああ、要塞から出た時点でマルシラックのやつが死んだってことは知ってる。
Fontaine is primarily France. It's supposed to be an amalgamation of European countries. Not particularly, because how do you explain how do you explain Mondstadt? Because like, if that's the case, then you should be able to you should say the same thing about Mondstadt. Then again, a part of that logic could still apply, because even though Mondstadt it has primarily what German influence, you still have people with names like that have more Anglo names, right? Or more English names like Lisa. Actually, I don't know if Lisa is even an English name to begin with. Maybe it has its roots in German or something.
俺はかつて彼よりもスピナディロースラとポアソン長を愛しく思ってた。
Listen to this bitch's sob story. Natlan is supposed to be either Spain or Latin America. Ooh, interesting. Yeah. Mondstadt is more German. The same logic could be applied to Fontaine, actually. Yeah, like Fontaine, while Fontaine is primarily influenced by obviously French, by the French. They could have like outlying ethnic influences as well that aren't particularly French. Because Mondstadt's like that, so why not Fontaine? And it's not like Genshin can make a Genshin equivalent, an in-game equivalent of every European country out there. Obviously, just the main ones or the big ones. Never not be funny to you that Mondstadt or Mona and Lisa are in Mondstadt. Yeah. They should have been Fontainian. France itself is very diverse culturally. I mean, yeah, every country that's big enough is like that, yeah. I'm aware that, like, for example, Belgium, they speak both French and German, depending on which side of the country you're on. Well, not even depending on which side of the country you're on. I'm sure a lot of Belgians know how to speak French and German. And Risley is a British name. Yep. All those British and all those wars that the British and French fought. They fought them for a reason, I guess. Anyways. That was like a mix of like British and German. Well, it's primarily German influenced, because you know. Mondstadt also has some King Arthur mythology thrown in. I mean, hell, they even have a straight up fucking Fate reference for in the Field of Blades up in down, actually not up, but down in southern Mondstadt, I think. I think it's southern Mondstadt. It's kind of hoping Fontaine would have some Iberian culture, but you haven't really seen any. If what somebody said in chat earlier is true, that Natlan is supposed to represent Spain, then you might see some with Natlan. We just don't know right now. Yeah, some kid named Arthur hanging out by a sword on the ground. Yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah, he's like in the outskirts of Mondstadt City. We all love Taylor Swift and our lovely Geo sister. Confirmed Swifties.
変な形の穴があるな。これ何なんだ？確かにそうかもしれないぞ。じゃあ鍵はやっぱりさっき倒したやつ。
You think Boot Hill in 2.2 is a smart move from MiHoYo? Avoiding spoilers for Sam? I have no idea who the fuck Boot Hill even is. I don't even know if he's ever brought up in 2.0 Panakini story at all. But yeah, that's a likely theory that they don't want to spoil anything for Sam. I mean, if they didn't fucking kill off Firefly in one patch, then they probably could have afforded to drip market Sam. But, you know. Thought Natlin was supposed to be more indigenous American, like Native American or Latin America. Yeah, I think that's what somebody said in Twitch chat. Either Spain / Iberian Peninsula or whatever, or dude had a rash on him, or yeah, Latin America or something. The Belgians speak mostly French and Dutch. Okay, not German. Or only a little bit. Understandable. The Germans did kind of roll through Belgium twice, I think. Might have some bad memories of that. Yeah, and yeah, you're right. They border the Netherlands rather than Germany. So, sorry, my European geography is not up to par. Avalanche. Let's see the Traveler in action. Where does Navia keep all these cannons? What about Conria? Alien country. Next area for Genshin will be Ramura. And Ramura is Greek, is based on Greece apparently. That would mean a region after our regions after the initial 7, right? Confirmed Navia is a Kingsman. I'm sure there's like a Kingsman reference in there somewhere. Oh, sorry. By the way, World of Waifus. As for Boot Hill being a like a smart move for MiHoYo, I don't know. It's kind of odd that they're drip marketing a character that we haven't heard of, at least not from story. Maybe they've mentioned him before, but I don't think it was ever directly mentioned so far in Panakini's story. Or like, if he was, then it was like a minor detail somewhere that I must have missed. Because because I've never known, I did not know about a character named Boot Hill. So his drip marketing yesterday or the day before kind of surprised me. But, I mean, he looks cool, so whatever. Is it worth doing the missions for lower altars like Lava or Cruise? I think Cruise is worth it. I'm not sure if you want to go for Lava unless you know you have a use for her. If you just like using AoE casters, I guess. I think Cruise is a good investment though.
これからは頭を悩ませる必要はなくなるでしょう。
そっか。そこは良かったね。コルタ。
At least for OP or for Arlecchino Prime and a yellow certificate. Who's on a yellow search shop right now anyway for Arknights? Oh, he'd be teasing you with Navia's corset just fighting for its life to hold back her cannons to burst. I mean, if you know where to look, there are some spicy mods to make Navia do that. If you know where to look. Their weapons will have a gem glow based on if the character is Weezia or Numa. Yeah, that makes sense. He was in the leaks, but he was thought to be after Sam. Okay, I see. If that's the case, then that would imply that MiHoYo wants to throw the player base off by what is it? By switching up the drip marketing order. But just speculation. I'm not really sure how to handle that situation, or I don't know how to comment on that myself.
ボスはやはりお優しいですね。
運には恵まれないけどね。ありがとう。クレメンタイン戦を守ってくれて。正直言うと、私怖かったの。カーレス戦をいつ復活させられるかもわからないのに。
It's funny how Arlecchino and Boot Hill are probably releasing at the same time. You mean having double 5-star rated banners? No, that's not gonna happen. Boot Hill is probably second half of 2.1 or 2.2, sorry. Actually, yeah, Arlecchino, not Arlecchino. Fucking Acheron is 2.1 and the Boot Hill is 2.2. So I don't know where you're getting the whole. Oh no, are you saying Arlecchino? I thought you were talking about Acheron. Fuck. Why do Acheron and Arlecchino have such similar names, for God's sake? But let's see, Acheron, Arlecchino. Yeah, they probably are coming around at the same time. Probably maybe give or take a couple weeks, give or take a week or two.
ちょっと手を貸してくれる？なんだか力が抜けちゃった。旅人、聞きたいことがあるの。
Acheron Kino.
本当の気持ちを答えて。
Acheron Kino.
あんたは本心から私を相棒だと思ってくれてる？もちろん。そっか。よかった。そう言ってもらえて。本当にほっとしたよ。調子はどうだ？休んでちょっとは元気になったか？うん、ちょっとはマシになった。
Or it's just that Sam needs more time in the oven to cook. Perhaps?
ごめんね、相棒。さっきは変な話をしちゃったけど、気にしないでね。今までは私もそう思ってたよ。でも私って多分自分が思うほど強くないのかも。コルターが
I don't think this is a case of of MiHoYo realizing that they need to spend more time working on a character though. Because, like, for Genshin and Star Rail, I mean, ideally for gacha games, if you're a good gacha developer, you plan out your content, like, fucking years ahead of time. So that way you can have a steady, consistent stream of content. And that's what miHoYo has been doing for the past 3-4 years with Genshin, at least. And so far with Star Rail.
これ以上隠しておくわけにはいきませんね。ボス、私も黙っていたことがあります。皆さんどうぞついてきてください。準備が整っている頃でしょう。
私
So, I don't think it's that Sam needs more time in the oven to cook, and it's more of a, either this is what miHoYo had planned all along, or they're just fucking with the player base by swapping around banners that are contrary to our expectations. Well, for one, I want to know what made people think that, Sam, like, Boot Hill was supposed to drip market alongside Sam, though. Like, what caused people to think that? Because I never had that impression, personally. Honkai Third's been consistent all this time, too, so let him cook, yeah. Any opinions on the welfare spear we get with this alchemy event? From when you saw it, it's pretty much made for Yao Yao. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing too. Yeah, cause like now that I think about it, how many spear users do we have who are healers of any kind? Like, we can go down the list here real quick. Shangli is not a healer. Tomo is a support, but he's not a healer. He's a shielder. Shielder and pyro infusion support. Chevy's not a healer. She's an overload support. Candace is not a healer. She's more of an off-field, if you can even call her that. Here's Yao Yao. She is for sure a spear user who heals, or a healer spear user. See. Dory is a healer, but she's a two-hander. Let's see. Diano is a healer, but she's an archer. Rosario is a spear user, but she's DPS. Mika? Mika does heal. If you guys, in case you guys forgot about Mika, which I'm sure a lot of you did. Because remember, Mika heals. So, I guess you could give this spear to Mika? It would help, by the way, because Mika's heals on his own could be better. So if he gets a spear, he actually should become he might become an actual respectable healer, but it's probably more effective on somebody like Yao Yao, to be fair. But we do have Mika, because he does use a spear. Yeah. Chevy does have some heal, but it's not her main focus, though, is it? She's more focused on being an overload support or something like that. Actually, Chevy's overload support comes from her passive, does it not? So, like, if that's the case, then yeah, like you could actually give Chevy the spear anyway, because like it's not like you need HP. It's not like you need stats to make Chevy become a better overload support. So, yeah, actually, maybe you could give it to Chevy. She also scales with HP too, so. So we have Yao Yao, Chevy, and Mika so far. Who is it? Charlotte is a catalyst user. Let's see, she's a one-hander, catalyst, claymore, archer, spear. Does Yunjin heal? I feel like she doesn't, but Yeah, no, she doesn't heal. She's a support, but not a healer. Who does obviously DPS. Traveler is a one-hander. No. Who is it? Baiju is a catalyst user. Sino is DPS. Shenhe is DPS support. Zhao is DPS. Zhongli, I think, has heals, but it's locked behind his what is it? It's locked behind his C6, I think. So like, if you have C6, then sure, but like, why the fuck would you give him that? And of course, Raiden is obviously DPS. So yeah, I guess the only viable candidates are Chevy, assuming that her heals off her skill are actually like significant, like actually worth it to a degree. HA regen over time, 3.73 max HP plus 407. It doesn't feel like a lot, but could be okay. So I guess just for sake of argument, Chevy, Yao Yao, and Mika. I think for sure though, Yao Yao will probably. I think Yao Yao will be able to put the spear to best use though. Or maybe other spear users in the future who end up being healers, I guess. We'll just have to see. Hey, Decaying Rune, welcome back. How's it going, man? Hope you're having a good time. Yeah, just going through Navia's story quest right now, and just hanging out with chat. Magical girl Zhongli. What do you think about people saying Chiori is geokecking? Oh, they have no idea how Chiori plays. They're fucking idiots. The same way people said Alhaitham was Dendro kecking. Alhaitham being compared to kecking, it makes more sense because they're both they're both on-field DPSs at the end of the day. Chiori is absolutely not. She looks like geokecking, but she's functionally, mechanically she works like kecking, but functionally she plays more like Albedo. So if you're just memeing about Chiori being geokecking, then sure. But if you unironically think that Chiori is basically geokecking, then no, you clearly you haven't played Chiori. Not enough anyway. Yellow Search Shop has Fartooth, Ashlock, Saria, and Warfare. Your Yellow Sisters are bottom feeding at 32. And the 2 5-stars are Ashlock and Warfare. They're 2 good 5-star operators, but it's I don't think you should spend your Yellow Certs for them yet. You should just wait for them to spook you in banner or something. You have any watch-along party that's 2.1 special program? Sure, I'll do a watch party for 2.1. Actually, when is that? When is the Star Rail 2.1 stream? Is it tonight, actually? Because today's Thursday my time. So maybe it'll be tonight, actually. Now that I think about it, I shouldn't be surprised if it is. Let's see, check their YouTube stream here, because this will tell me the exact time. No, actually, it's not tonight. It's tomorrow night. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that yet. Oh, that's cute. Star Rail put out some White Day tweets. Did they put out a White Day tweet for every guy in the game? No, just for Luca, Argenti, and Luocha. Okay, that's still kind of cute. They planned characters for a really long time. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, hey, just look at Ayaka from in Genshin. Ayaka was a freaking beta character. And so we knew about Ayaka being a character in the game for like a full year before she came out. Possibly even longer, because she was she's obviously an Inazuma character. So yeah, naturally. At the time, his name wasn't Boot Hill, but his design was mostly the same. Okay, I see. Do you think Acheron will be new player friendly? No, unfortunately not. I don't think so. At least that's my first impression. Acheron needs the new Panacony set, the one that gives you extra crit stats. The more debuffs enemies have. That's her best set by far. I mean, that set was made for her. So that would imply that you have Panacony unlocked, and most new players will not have Panacony unlocked. If you do have Panacony unlocked, then you're not really a new player anymore now, are you? You also need who is it? Acheron also has that one trace where she does more damage the more Nihility characters she has on her team with her, and ideally she wants at least one other Nihility character, maybe two if you want to go that far, but at least one for sure. Either like Pella or Silverwolf. So because of that, because Acheron specifically calls for another Nihility character, that automatically makes her not very friendly to newer players. Because, I mean, you know, what are the chances that a new player is going to have Silverwolf or Pella? Maybe Pella, if she gets a raid up at some point soon. But Silverwolf, yeah, in your fucking dreams, right? So, no. Just mechanically speaking, Acheron will not be very free-to-play friendly, unfortunately. But we'll see. Maybe building her will be easier than I thought. I mean, she should be. She should be getting a lot of free crit stats after all. And we'll see how much you can get out of her just off like a budget setup or whatever. But I mean, just off of what we know already, no. Unfortunately, I don't think Acheron would be very new player friendly. And not only that, but her light cone as a must. Yeah, that too. Because she's Nihility and because she relies on crit stats, we don't really have very good Nihility light cones that give you good crit stats. Like, the best DPS Nihility light cone we have that isn't a 5-star is like Good Night and Sleep Well, but that's a Gacha light cone, which means that not a lot of players have that. And all the free-to-play Nihility light cones are not very good for DPS, I don't think. So yeah, Acheron is not at all... She shouldn't be free-to-play friendly at all. Unfortunately. So yeah, that kind of sucks. Saturday or tomorrow? Saturday morning, my time. Do we know Arlecchino's weapons? Yeah. It's called Crimson Moon's Semblance, and it's a crit rate main stat, and then gives her more Bond of Life, and then gives her extra damage bonus. So we already know what a weapon is. Check her passive. Okay. Excuse me. Let's see. Her first passive is the one that supports Overload. Okay. And then second passive, they gain a 1% increase attack for every 1,000% max 1,000 max HP. Attack can be increased up to 40% this way. I don't see that. I don't see how that affects her healing, but okay. The Night of Love would not being a part of White Day would be a crime, yeah. Obviously Argenti needed to be part of that, part of the White Day stuff. There's no nihility Lycon that gives any form of crit, I believe. No, Silverwolf's the incessant rain Lycon does. It gives you more crit rate. I believe Acheron's Lycon, signature Lycon should give her more crit. I would be very surprised if it didn't. Let's see. Yeah, increases wearer's crit damage by 36%. So yeah, not surprising. Acheron and Cringe Wolf BFFs for sure, man. Yeah, Silverwolf is definitely going to be Acheron's best teammate. They say Arlecchino is going to require her weapon. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Can't wait to see what Dahwei is going to talk about tomorrow for Star Rail. Is Dahwei going to show up? Is he going to show up? He usually only shows up for like the seasonal events like Anniversary or what is it? Or New Year's. Or Chinese New Year's rather. But I mean, we are getting closer and closer to Star Rail's anniversary. Like, we're only a month away, I'm pretty sure. So, maybe he'll show up? I don't know. Also, Azure Flame Reaper, thanks for the 20 bits, man. Hopefully that showed up on stream. If not, then I apologize. My stream alerts are fucking bipolar. Oh, Omega, you're talking about in Chevy in synergy with her her spear. Oh, okay, I see. I didn't realize you were talking about her working with the spear too. You're balling out for Acheron and her Lycon. Best of luck, man. Crit stats are the hardest thing you can get. Hardest thing you get on relics, but Adventuring defense percent means damage. I'm sure Adventuring would appreciate some crit stats too. Remember, he does have a single target ultimate, I think. But yeah, I'm sure we all have defense relics out the ass. Gotta get going. Have a great rest of the night. Alright, Ken, thanks for hanging out, man. We'll catch you next time. Have a good one. Okay. Round out the stream. Let's go farm some artifacts. I should honestly probably clear out some of my artifact inventory. I think I'll do that off stream. It's anniversary stream tomorrow though. Their next stream, the Star Rail version 2.1 special program is going to be released on March 16th at like 4:30 a.m. my time. So it's not tonight or tomorrow or whatever. It's in 2 days, at least for me. Unless there's another stream that they're planning on doing that's separate from this one. But if that's the case, then I feel like I would have seen it by now. I don't know. Did I want to use these boys? These boys and gals. Does Acheron need EHR? That's a good question. I don't know. From what I saw with Acheron, it didn't imply that she needed any. But yeah, it's kind of weird because she's on Nihility, and technically she applies a special state onto enemies for the sake of her ultimate. Her ult doing more damage. But yeah, I actually don't know if those stacks are technically considered debuffs on their own or not. You find it weird that she's in Nihility with focus on crits? I mean, you should... Star Rail's been on the streak of putting out characters that kind of go against their paths, kind of go differently from what their path implies that they should. Like, that was always going to happen with Star Rail. Like, they're going to be putting out more and more 5-star characters who, like, are one path, but then they do something completely different. Like for example, why does Topaz have follow-up attacks for everything that she does? Like, she's a hunt character, but she acts more like a follow-up attacker? I mean, at least that makes a little bit of sense, because it's not like, you know, you need to be, for example, erudition just to have a follow-up attack. But you know, you're gonna have more and more characters like this. You got a donut too? Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, the alerts must not be going through. Probably because it's so rare for me to get like actual donations or what is it? Donations like bit alerts. Maybe I'll test them again real quick. The tips, just a test donation, and then biddies. There we go. I don't know why my fucking alerts are always this shitty, but thanks Hannah for letting me know. Let's take a look here. Azure Flame Reaper. Oh, it's you from earlier. Thanks for tipping the $10. Small donut for a small drink. Hey, thanks man, appreciate it. Hope we continue going strong. We'll checking on you guys later. Hey, cheers man. Thanks for the 10 buckaroos. Greatly appreciate it, man. If you're still here. What are her Abyss ornaments? I would imagine Inert Salsoto, because Acheron seems like she's all about ult damage. Like, everything that she does is setting her up to do as much ult damage as possible. So I would imagine either Inert Salsoto or Two-Piece Glam, I suppose. Two-Piece Glam or something else maybe. Yeah, I would say either Two-Piece Glam or Two-Piece Inert Salsoto for the extra ult damage. Acheron's burst makes her looks like a PGR character. I mean, daily reminder, PGR devs are an offshoot, are ex-MiHoYo devs, so. One Acheron Eidolon is making her skill or basics count as burst damage. Unfortunately, that's her last one. E6. Yeah, her Acheron E6 turns everything that she does into ult damage. But that's her E6, so, you know, good luck getting her there, right? Huh, healing bonus. Huh. ER, huh? Interesting. Gaming actually makes you happy. More mechanically interesting version of Zhao. You have Silverwolf and Black Swan. Is that good enough team for Acheron? Silverwolf for sure. Black Swan, I'm not sure. Because DOTs are considered debuffs, but ideally you want... ideally Acheron wants defense debuffs, not DOTs. But if you don't really have anybody better, then perhaps? Bad enough you want her. E2 going to E6 is gonna be hell. Yeah. Or better to use your E2 Welt. Probably E2 Welt is better because at the very least, Welt speed debuffs are useful. Yeah. Because if you debuff enemy speed, that means that obviously the rest of your team has more chances to act faster. So, yeah, I would say run Welt instead of who is it? Black Swan, because at least with Welt you can give it something like pearls. Pearls shine as sweat, or resolution shines as pearls of sweat, or whatever the fuck that light cone's called. And if you run a utility Welt, that means that if you run him with that light cone, that means Welt can put defense debuffs on people for Acheron, which is nice. So yeah, and your Welt is at E2, so you can do damage if you want him to. So I think I would suggest E2 Welt over Black Swan personally, and save your Black Swan as a teammate for like Kafka or something. Black Swan wants another DOT to proc her Arcana anyway. Yeah, that too. Acheron does work with the DOTs though. Yeah, because DOTs are considered debuffs. So if you needed to, sure, that works, but... Fire MC with Preservation, Light Cone, DOT. I mean, sure, technically that works. But problem is, she's not Nihility. Fire MC isn't Nihility, they're Preservation, so... that wouldn't trigger, Acheron's Nihility synergy. Some people say Acheron can replace Kafka, just swapping the DPS and support role. Maybe? But like Kafka works a little differently though, I would say. Because she's more DOT. DOT teams they work a little differently than your standard crit teams. I mean, sure you could build crit Kafka, I suppose, but most people don't do that. Because crit Kafka is a fucking bitch and a half to build. Like, DOT characters are technically some of the easiest characters to build in the game. Because you don't need to care about crits at all, for the most part. Pella the GOAT as usual, yep. best 4-star in the game, Keck. You can't see Acheron being a support. Yeah, hell no. Who the fuck says Acheron is a support? What? Like, ain't no way Acheron is a support, bro. They drip marketed Amelia's shooting stance, and they gave her a unique staff thingy, like Rapunzel, but they couldn't give 2B her sword. Probably because they already planned on making A2 a sword user. So I guess they figured, oh, having 2 sword users might be a little bit weird. But yeah, I guess it would have been cool if they could have at least made 2B's burst, like make her take out her sword or something. But yeah, I guess they didn't do that though. Unfortunate. Yeah, just like Rapunzel. You can't see a Black Swan as just a support? No, me neither. Like, she's supposed to work with Kafka or other DOTs to make her DOTs work. Support as in supporting the death of your enemies. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Meant to switch to who is it? Shenyan first. That was probably to the wrong enemy. Actually, no. Worked out, actually. Oh, didn't mean to do that. See, yeah. Attack, yeah. There are some people who thought that Kafka was a support. Hoyaverse Gacha players is something else, man. Oh, will actually reach? I actually don't think that even reached. Kafka supports my dick into getting hard. Thank you for sharing with the class. Bennett was once considered C tier or something because back in that was back then when Genshin players had no fucking clue what they were doing. Bennett C tier. Yeah, okay. C tier personality, S tier gameplay. I don't know, man. Personally, I think there's something quite poetic about a character who's in lore like super unlucky and like nobody wants to go on like quests or adventures with them because of how unlucky he is. But when it comes to us actual players, everybody uses him, and he's like one of the best characters in the game. Are you just too horny, or you, is it okay for you to look at Robin and think she's hot? I mean, different strokes for, different folks, you know? As people once said back in my day. I mean, shit, man, if you want to get hard, off certain character designs, I mean, you know, nobody should stop you, you know? Let's see. Oh, this is actually kind of decent. Maybe I could level this one up, see how this one rolls. Ideally for Chiori, they should have been like maybe the EM should have been defense percent or something. I think that would have been for the best. Something like that. I'm surprised we don't have a support 5-star character that surpasses Bennett. Probably because MiHoYo knows that would probably break the game. Because imagine if we had a 5-star Bennett. Like, everybody would roll for that, for whoever that turns out to be. Like, I think MiHoYo, honestly, if you ask me, I think MiHoYo actively regrets making Bennett the way he is. Like, I don't think they realized how valuable he would become to the player base. I think, honestly, Bennett... Bennett. God, shut the fuck up, Irie. Oh no, that wasn't Aidi, that was fucking Pippa. Oh yeah. Because Aidi doesn't scream like that. Only Pippa does. Fucking bitch. And Xiangling I think they're okay with. Because we have plenty of very strong off-field characters. And like it's just that Xiangling was the one Xiangling and Xingqiu are our two OG off-fielders. And ever since Xiangling, we've had more and more characters who come out where there are also like very, very strong off-field supports, right? I mean, we might not have like a proper 5-star version of Xiangling yet, but for Xingqiu we absolutely do, in the form of where is she? In the form of Yelan. So like, Xiangling is okay. I think MiHoYo doesn't have a problem with Xiangling, but I think they have a problem with how they designed Bennett. Because if they didn't have a problem, I think by this point we should have absolutely gotten a 5-star version of Bennett. Because like, why the fuck not? But we haven't yet, and I don't know if we ever will. Just personally speaking. What's your Dehya build? May I see your Dehya? First message seemed to kind of that wasn't rude. At least I didn't think so. And yeah, I'm more than happy to talk about. I'm more than happy to shill my Dehya. So here's my Dehya build: 36k HP, 76 CR, 203 CD with 122 ER, pyro damage bonus cup, R1 beacon, and she's C6. I was one of the few people on the NA server who went for C6 Dehya immediately, because I just like her that much. As for artifacts, 4-piece forward Kasha. This is what they look like individually. Let's start with her cup. Pyro damage bonus cup. I actually rolled this fairly recently, I think within the last month or two. And yeah, this is definitely one of my best pyro cups that I have so far. Actually, this should be my best one because this is 40 CV, I think. Because 14.4, yeah, 14.4, 41 CV. And with 10% ER, like this is the best cup that my Dehya could have had. So, this is a fucking lifesaver for me. So insane pyro damage bonus cup. HP percent timepiece, double crit. Feather with ER, double crit. This is actually almost 40 CV too. Actually, is it 40 CV? No, it's not. It's not. It's like 30 something. 30, 35, 36. Still pretty good, but could have been better. Let's see. Double crit flower. And then crit damage main stat with crit rate, HP, and ER. But yeah, that's my Dehya build. Tomorrow is FGO Lauda. Yeah, it should be soon. Excuse me. And then Jessica Alter event is on the 19th. Ooh, lots of new events coming out lately. Yeah, it looks like they just announced the new Jessica Alter event. YOLO pulled Merlin. Hey, that's what's good, man. Congrats on the YOLO Merlin pull. What if Bennett was supposed to be a 5-star from the start? Yeah, just like Barbara, right? The special 5-star ultimate camera angle. Dang. Yeah, man, I'm very proud of my Dehya build. I slog for most of my Dehya build. Every artifact except for her cup, I slogged through like 4 months worth of me just banging my head against Vorokasha domain, just to get her Vorokasha pieces. Like, the amount of work that the amount of grind that I put in just for Dehya is probably like top 3 amounts of effort that I had to put in for any one particular character. Like that, it was probably like 2 of them are definitely Dehya and Raiden. I forget who my 3rd one would be. But Dehya is definitely top 3 in terms of how much goddamn time and effort I had to put into making her kit work. So my Dehya build is definitely one of my prides and joys on my account. So, personally very proud of this build. Any idea if she'll come with the Sumoto banner? Who? Dehya? I don't know. I don't know when Dehya is going to get a rerun banner. Actually, has Dehya even gotten a second raid up after her debut banner last year? I feel like we haven't seen a Dehya raid up. Excuse me. Dehya rerun, yeah. Because if she ever got a rerun, that would have meant that Beacon, her weapon, R1 Beacon, by the way, her Beacon should have gotten a second raid up too, but I don't think Bacon ever had a rerun, so Dehya probably didn't either. Actually, no, Dehya doesn't have a rerun because she's a fucking permanent character, so yeah, of course she wouldn't get one. Yeah, scratch that. why did I even fucking ask? I mean, technically Kekken got her own unique banner, but that was like a one-off banner, I think. So, yeah, of course, on second thought, yeah, ignore that I even asked that question. Gee, chat, why doesn't the permanent character have their own raid ups? Huh, I wonder why not. What's her punch damage with the C6 vape and non-vape? Oh, I usually run my Dehya Mono Pyro. I think Mono Pyro with Kazuha is her best team by far. Here's the issue. I actually don't know how to pronounce your name, SP. SP12er? I don't know how to pronounce that. I guess I'll just call you SP or 12 or something. Here's the thing with Dehya. As a Dehya main, it's actually very tricky to have Dehya do vape damage. She can do a lot of vape damage when it works, but here's the issue with Dehya. She punches, when she ults, she punches so fast that you'll only ever get like 1 or 2 vapes off, and that's it. And as a matter of fact, Dehya hits so fast that she's going to be setting up your other teammates for reverse vape instead. So I remember when before Farina was coming out, right? I heard, as a Dehya main, I heard that, oh, Farina might be a good teammate for Dehya because Farina's damage is going to come from her skills, blah blah blah, right? Because one of Dehya's problems is that she doesn't synergize with like characters like Yelan or Xingqiu because their off-field shots don't trigger off of ults, and Dehya's punches are considered ult damage, so she has anti-synergy with those two, which is a problem because, you know, that means that she doesn't work with a lot of other like off-fielders in the game to begin with. Like Raiden is one of the few characters who do, and actually technically Chiori too, I think, now that I think about it. But yeah, anyways, back to Farina. We had heard that Farina was going to be a good teammate, a good support for Dehya, but when Farina came out and I started testing her with Dehya, it turns out it's the exact opposite. Dehya is a good reverse vape setup for Farina, because Farina's skill, her ads don't fire very fast. Like, they have a pretty slow rate of fire, or they have a slow attack speed, if you want to put it that way. So what that means is, if you run Dehya at all with Farina, and you ult with Dehya specifically, when Farina's skill is active, Farina will be doing massive reverse vape damage, instead of Dehya doing vape damage. So yeah, that's kind of an issue for Dehya. She just doesn't really work very well with other elemental reactions, just because she attacks so fast. She's going to be setting up other characters to do reverse whatever, right? She's not going to be doing the the elemental reaction damage her teammates will be with whatever off-field DPS that they're going to be doing, if they even apply. And again, Dehya doesn't really work with a lot of other characters like Yelan or Xingqiu, for example. So, in my honest opinion, Dehya's best team is Mono Pyro, because that means she doesn't have to worry about having to, like, you know, set up other elements. She can just go in raw with her own pyro damage. Are you gonna use that cup for Arlecchino? Hell no! This cup? Hell no! This is my Dehya's. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, I individually gear my characters. Every single one of my characters on my account has their own artifact set and their own weapon. Because I don't want to have to deal with switching and swapping around gear, artifacts or weapon or whatever across all my roster. I feel like that's really fucking annoying to do. So my solution is just, I'm just gonna level everybody and give everybody their own artifact set and their own weapon. And daily reminder, I have 5 individual copies of Staff Homa across 5 different characters. That's how serious I am when it comes to giving characters their own unique weapon. Ideally, their best ones. Or if it's not their best, at least something that's very close to it. So... So yeah, no. This cup that my Dehya has, hell no, I'm not going to give that to Arlecchino. I'm just going to farm another one. But, no. Fuck no. Like, every single artifact on my Dehya is critical to making her build work. Because you don't want to know how long it took for me to make her stats look the way it does, as it does now. With fucking 76 200 CRCD and with 22 ER. Holy shit, man. So hell no. This cup is Dehya's. I ain't giving this to anybody else. My Arlecchino, assuming that I'm able to roll her in, what, a month or two, is going to have to look for her own damn Pyro Cup. Or rather, I'm going to have to look for a totally new one for her. Which is okay, because I do have some spare Pyro Cups to begin with. Like, I have some options at least. They're not as good as what Dehya has, but at least I can work with them. Like, this one at least has a lot of crit damage, for what it's worth. Same thing with that one. Same thing with this one too, I guess. And same thing with that one. Oh yeah, this one's actually also really good too, because this used to be my Dehya's old Pyro Cup, and then I got a better one with this. Especially because this one has ER and this one doesn't. So yeah, actually I could just give this to Arlecchino instead. This one's okay. It's not as good as this one, but it's still pretty good. So. But yeah, hell no. That cup is my Arlecchino's. Ain't giving that up to anybody else. What set and stats would you recommend for C0 Dehya? C0 Dehya, artifact set, 4-piece emblem. I've explained this before, but I'll explain it again. C4 is Dehya's most important constellation. The reason why is because C6 allows her ult punches to generate energy, to give her energy back. She refunds herself energy. Once she ults. That means that before she's C4, so C0 to C3, she requires emblem because her ult is at an awkward 70 energy. If she were 60 energy, that'd be a lot better. But she's at an awkward 70. That combined with how Dehya gets energy, which is very weird, Dehya doesn't get energy just from her skill contacting. At least not when she initially uses it. When she punches the ground twice or something. When you first deploy her skill, she only gets energy when a teammate or whenever her her skill field actually does its coordinated pyro attack when another teammate like deals damage, or maybe Dehya herself hits an enemy within that field. That only then will she get energy. So not only is the way that she gets energy really slow, but also it's combined with the fact that she has the very awkward 70 energy cost. That means that energy recharge is extremely important on her, even at C6. Though her C4 lowers her ER requirements by quite a bit, but you still need a decent amount of it though. Ideally at least 20%, which is what my Dehya is at right now. So before C4, her best artifact set is energy recharge, or emblem, sorry, because 20% energy recharge and extra ult damage based on how much ER she has. So once you get your Dehya to C4, that's when you can start transitioning her to 4-piece Vorukasha, which is what my Dehya has right now. Because theoretically, obviously Vorukasha's glow is her best in slot, and she's the only character who realistically can like, you know, use it. Maybe there's some weird builds like Nilo out there somewhere, but for the most part, this is a Dehya only artifact set. And only when she gets to C4 is when you can start using Vorukasha's set. But before that, she wants to run 4-piece emblem instead. And as for stats, crit stats, Dehya is meant to be an on-field DPS. What most Genshin players get wrong about Dehya is that they see her skill and think that she's supposed to be an off-field. No, that's not how she works. Dehya is by far meant to be an on-field DPS. Like, her damage mitigation is a red herring. You don't need to care about Dehya's damage mitigation for her teammates. In reality, it's meant for herself. So, you build Dehya as a DPS, an on-field DPS. Give her crit stats, give her energy recharge. Again, at least 20% if you're running emblem. That should be easier to get. If you have a sub C4 Dehya, I would say at least 40% is good. 30-40%, ideally maybe even 50%. But once your Dehya is C4, then you can go down to all the way down as low as 20%. 120 ER. But building Dehya is going to be very tough because I believe Dehya doesn't scale with her ascension stat is not anything crit related. No, pretty sure it's not. I can look it up again just to make sure. It should be something else instead. Let's see. Yeah, she gets more HP, which is fucking gnarly, and not in a good way. So yeah, her ascension stat is fucking HP. So it's not crits. So building her with decent crits and ER is going to be very tough. But that's what you have to do for Dehya. You don't really have a choice. Oh, will you build her with burning? I don't know about that. I'm very satisfied with how my Dehya is now in Mono Pyro. We'll see if she works in burning teams or not. That'd be quite the twist. But we'll see. If this man could grail Dehya to 120, he would. Yeah, for real, man. Dehya is one of my favorite characters in the game. For real, for real. Did you see 2.2 Star Rail drip marketing? Did they put out a new character, or did they drip market somebody new? It is 8 p.m. now. Oh no, not really. They just announced another Calyx flower boost event. Some White Day stuff. If you're talking about Boot Hill and Robin, then yeah, I saw them already. Firefly is trending again for no reason in particular. But yeah, Judah, I did see the 2.2 drips from Star Rail. Why are they permanent but their weapon is limited? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm not retarded like MiHoYo sometimes can be. So I don't know. I'm retarded in other ways, but as in specifically talking about why Dehya and Tignari were put in as permanent characters but their weapons are limited, I don't fucking know. One of the top 5 weirdest decisions MiHoYo has made for Genshin, probably. Maybe top 10. You either don't mash Dehya burst to try and vape and lose damage, or you go full punch out and don't deal vape damage. Yeah, exactly. And honestly, I think in the long run, Dehya, you just want Dehya to punch as much as you can, or as much as she can. Weird flex, but okay. You're welcome. Rosario with Homa is kind of funny. It is, but I mean, that's just how good Homa is, though. So, random question. What's the use of FGO double servant in Myra just posing? Yeah, just a fun little gimmick thing that, you know, you can have fun with if you want, but it's nothing. It's just a fun little quirk. It doesn't do anything like gameplay-wise. I remember back when JP first got that feature, I remember seeing on Twitter a lot of FGO artists back then like do this little Twitter game where they use that feature and then they randomize 2 servants, and then they take the first servant who pops up and then have them draw them in cosplay of the second servant who pops up. That used to be a Twitter trend, like a Twitter trend. What the fuck? Twitter trend back like 2 years ago or something. Yeah, the funny art outfit swaps. Yeah, you remember. Boot Hill straight up looks like Domine. Yeah. Time to turn to a top 10 list YouTube. Hey, I'm thinking about putting out a top 5 characters you should roll for in Genshin in 2024 video, because I get that question. I've actually gotten that question quite a bit so far in my time streaming Genshin. Every once in a while, I get people come into my stream and ask me, "Hey, what characters would you consider to be absolutely crucial from a gameplay perspective if you're starting up Genshin?" And so I've answered this question before. So I'm considering turning that into a video pretty soon. I want her to sandwich me. I mean, sure, me too. Her tummy looks fun to pat. Death by Snoo with Dehya. I mean, Dehya does seem like the kind of girl who would do that, or who'd be capable of doing that at least. I mean, she's a vision holder, so of course she would be able to. Ooh, HP. Would have been something if it were defense percent main stat instead. Interesting info there, too. Oh, where'd that other guy go? Oh, he died already. We all know men have a desire to be turned into a pretzel by a buff and tall mommy. Many men, sure. Me personally, I wouldn't mind. Me personally, I'm looking more for a tall, buff waifu who can motivate me to go work out at a gym or something.
天道ここにあり霹靂せ
Everybody says Farina, Nahida, Kazuha, etc. I agree with Nahida and Kazuha for sure. If I recall correctly, oh, he's it's already done. She actually landed on the pillar. That's funny. Bah. That's funny. Geo damage bonus. Wrong set though. Let's see here. I believe the four characters for sure. I would say that if you care about rolling for characters from a gameplay perspective, and you're asking me who the most important characters are, like the top tier, absolute top tier characters are, I believe the four I went with were maybe 4 or 5, at least 4. Let me go down the list here. The 4 would be Raiden, Kazuha, Nahida, so that's 3. And then let's see here. So that's 3. Just going down the list here, making sure I'm not missing anybody. Yeah, so those 3 plus 1 5-star Hydro character of your choice. 1 5-star limited 5-star Hydro character of your choice. So that can be between Yelan, Farina, or Novalet. These 3 mainly. Because even though Nilo, Ayato, and Kokumi are all very strong, Novalet, Farina, and Yelan are kind of in a slightly higher tier above them, in my opinion. Those 4 for sure, and then everybody else is just a matter of like what kind of DPS you want. You would let Kafka do unspeakable things to you? Nice. But yeah, those 4 for sure. Because yeah, all those characters are like not only strong, but they're just in a league of their own compared to their peers. Like Raiden is probably the single most powerful DPS in the game, even still. Not only is she obviously a strong DPS, especially if you can get her to C2, but she's also just super versatile because of her skill. Because her skill works with everything. Even with a ton of future characters, including Dehya of all people. So Raiden is just in a league of her own, like I said. Nahida elevates Dendro reactions to a whole new level. Because yeah, she can start making Dendro reactions start critting or whatever, thanks to her C2. Even if she's not C2, I think even at C0, she still supports Dendro teams and Dendro reactions really, really well. It's just that ideally you want to get her to C2 just so that Dendro teams can just start going fucking insane. But even before then, she's still a great Dendro support. So, Nahida for that reason. For specifically Dendro teams. Of course, you can still run Dendro teams without Nahida. It's just that she elevates Dendro teams to a whole new level. And of course, Kazuha. Kazuha is still our best elemental damage buffer in the game. So, I think he's the only character who buffs team elemental damage in the way that he does. So still absolutely top tier, even 2-3 years later. And then lastly, a 5-star Hydra character. Yelan is obviously extremely powerful because she's basically a 5-star version of Xingqiu, essentially. Farina, we all know what Farina does because she's a most recent Archon. We all know what she does. And of course, you know, you've all seen people talk about how Novelet can fucking solo Abyss, which personally I don't care if a character solos Abyss, but there's no doubt that he's extremely fucking powerful. Just on another tier of just on another level of Hydra damage. That's for fucking sure. So you don't need all of them, but at least one of them would be ideal. So just take your pick out of who you want and how you want to build your team. If you don't mind running a Hydra main DPS, then obviously Novelet's on the table for you. If you want more support oriented, like off-field DPS oriented Hydra characters, then either Yelan or Farina. But those 4 characters for sure, and then like I said, you go from there. You can even put Nahida and Farina together. Yep, that's true. And then the OP free-to-play weapon, the catch. Yeah, exactly. How convenient. And I believe Farina has her own free-to-play fishing weapon too, right? I think isn't Fontaine's fishing free-to-play weapon what you want to use for Farina if you don't have Festering Desire or something like that? I mean, obviously, if you're a veteran player and you already have Festering Desire, then, you know, obviously, ideally, you want to give her that. But how many Farina mains even have how many free-to-play Farina mains right now even have Festering Desire, right? The fucking pipe sword. The pipe sword. Farina gonna bonk people over the head with a fucking half pipe. Wake up, Miss Farina, and smell the ashes. Wait, Gordon Freeman uses a crowbar, not a half pipe. Farina, please stop breaking my ribs with a pipe. Farina be like, I'm sick and tired of being a puppet for 500 years. I'm gonna go fucking postal on these assholes. Just pulls out a metal ass pipe from nowhere. Starts beating people over the head with it. Forget my elemental skill. This is my new elemental skill. Fucking throws a fucking metal pipe at your ass. You got sick during the event back then, so your Festering Desire is stuck at R3. Oof. At the very least, you at least have it, but yeah. You do have the Sumeru Nilo sword, unluckily. Oof. Physical Trailblazer style. Pull out a baseball bat and throw that at people too. Farina beats you with a metal pipe ASMR. Omega lol. What about the ice dude who be fisting people? I saw me play him the other day. He looked insane. Oh, Risley? Risley's cool. The issue with Risley, however, is that he's best performed with C6 Shenhe. If you have C6 Shenhe, Risley becomes absolutely insane. But without C6 Shenhe, I think he's okay. Like, he's good, but like like, the fact that C6 Shenhe exists means that if you don't have her at C6, Wriothesley is like, again, he's good, but like not absolutely fucking insane as he would be. Shenhe's new dress is real pretty. Yeah, looks real nice on her. I like the black dress. Fisting people consensual. I mean, plenty of ladies out there would like that. I'm just saying. But yeah, Wriothesley's cool. He's good. But yeah, he just kind of likes having C6 Shenhe supporting him so that we can go really crazy. But he's still good. Nothing wrong with him. I mean, ideally, you want him to be at C1 so you don't have to deal with his annoying ass like his HP gimmick. I forget exactly which part of it that is kind of annoying, but even with that, he's still good. But C6 Shenhe, like I said, he's C1 should have been part of his base kit. Yeah, MiHoYo's gotta fucking sell their characters somehow. They gotta meet their quotas. Real life Lethal Company. But yeah, that's why I wouldn't rank Wriothesley as like absolutely top tier, because his damage potential is held back by another character. And like, if you don't have C6 Shenhe, then you can go fuck yourself. Kind of vibes. I suppose after I make the top four like absolute top tier characters to roll for in Genshin, I guess I could make a follow-up video about like, oh, like who are the characters on the next tier after that I would recommend rolling for. But that would take a much longer time, because we have a lot of like very, very strong DPS characters who aren't like absolute top tier, but they're pretty close to it, so. But I would need some time to come up with a video like that. Would be nice though if MiHoYo gave players a way to increase character constellations for free, but highly doubt that'll ever happen. Because of money. Money. Let me go destroy Abyss a couple more times, just to round out the stream. Let's see. When does Abyss reset? Actually, it should be soon, right? Maybe tonight or tomorrow. Oops, I forgot. Let's see. Yeah, tomorrow. Or not next reset, but the day after. You don't even have Shenhe? I guess you'll go fuck off. Yeah. I mean, hey, at the very hey, maybe you can hope pray for a Shenhe rerun at some point. I feel like she should get a rerun at some point soon. Just cause like, bro, Shenhe and Ganyu just got skins. Why not give them reruns too, so people can not only pick up their skins, but also roll for them at the same time. Like, I don't know why MiHoYo didn't at least put in Ganyu and Shenhe into the Chronicled Wish banner right now. Like, what on earth? But, you know, it is what it is. You have Shenhe, have her be level 20 and never play Genshin again. Oof. No! You do have Shenhe and Calamity Queller. Don't ask me how. Okay, noted. One more month and Shenhe, it'll be a full year since Shenhe hasn't had a rerun yet. Ah, I see. So yeah, hopefully she gets a rerun soon. I remember all the first 8 Abyss floors. But yes, allow me to demonstrate the power of C6 Dehya. They're doing per region. Yeah, that's what people are saying. With the new Chronicled Wish banner. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have used Xiangling's ult there. Just trying to build up ult energy for Xiangling again. Shen has the new Eula. Oof. Ow. Nice. Punch master time. Yep. Watch Dehya ora some bitches. There we go. What's it gonna be in Chronicled Wish banner for Liyue characters? We don't know. I'm not sure if there's any way for us to data mine that either. Because obviously it's easy to data mine new characters, but since Chronicled Wish banner is only going to feature old content, at least that's the assumption. Yeah, I don't really know how that's gonna work. I'm not sure if data miners or leakers will be able to like know like what characters will be on rate up for like future Chronicled Wish banners, something like that. I don't know. Not sure if that's something they can do. Nice. I didn't have to use Raiden's ult there. We saw Hu Tao and Zhongli already. Wait, as in it's already been confirmed that Zhongli and Hu Tao will be on Chronicled Wish banner. Is that what you're saying?
ながそばにいてよっ風の行く先をもみちばを散らまく惜しみ手加減なしだぜ全力攻撃だ風の行く先を風の向か雲の行くごと
師匠の技を食らいなさ
耐えられるかな。
There we go. Your Dehya will never feel this good. Unfortunately, the damage you're seeing my Dehya do is both from her, both because of her being C6 and because her artifact set is, or her artifacts are just really, really good. Most Dehyas will not be like that. Like, I'm actually genuinely curious as to how many people's Dehyas can actually perform like mine does. And I don't think there's a lot of people like that out there, personally. Because who on earth, when it comes to like a Genshin meta perspective, like who on earth is going to level up Dehya, you know?
よ、急がなくてもいいと。かかれ、捕まえた。どの目が出るかしら。いざ、勝負。風の神。覚えたわよ。ここより弱滅の時。そっ、やっ、やっ、そこ。
There was this Reddit post where there was a video where some characters appeared for a split second before the dude opened the current banner. I don't think that's, I wouldn't take that as like a confirmation that, oh yeah, Zhongli and Hu Tao are going to be on there, though it would make sense for them to be on there because obviously Zhongli and Hu Tao are some of our older characters in the game. Like, they're definitely year 1 characters, so it does make sense that they would be on there, but I did hear from my chat earlier, before, when we were talking about Chronicled Wish banner before 4.5, that we were thinking that Archons wouldn't be on there though, but Zhongli is an Archon, so that would directly go against that. Obviously, you know, what we were talking about with Chronicled Wish banner before 4.5 is just, you know, hearsay or whatever, but it's just speculation. But like how feasible do y'all think that Chronicled Wish banner would get Archons on there, you know? Because, like, if Archons were going to be on there, then why not put Venti in there too? Because, like, when was Venti's last rerun anyway? Hasn't it been a while since Venti last had a rerun? Or something like that? I don't know. But in any case, even ignoring that part, yeah, I don't know if I would trust like a video like that, because I'm sure that video actually, I'm sure that video isn't fake, because glitches happen. But, like, you know, I would assume that was more of a glitch than anything else, personally. 4.1, so it's been a while. Oh, it's actually it's been a while, but it's actually not as that was more recent than I thought. Okay, never mind. Must have forgotten that Venti had a rerun somewhat recently. But yeah, Warwick, I wouldn't use that as like evidence that, oh yeah, Hu Tao and Zhongli are totally gonna be on there. At the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if you know, MiHoYo comes on and announces that, oh yeah, our next Chronicled Wish banner is gonna feature Hu Tao and Zhongli, by the way. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, but, you know, until we get like official confirmation, I wouldn't assume that for now. Of course, still subject to change. Yeah. And that feels more like a bug than anything else. But yeah, if it were truly a bug, then why did it show Hu Tao and Zhongli in particular, right? I guess you can argue that. Oh, Ridsley was Venti's last run. Okay, yeah, and that lines up with the 4.1. Because 4.0 was Lenny first half, and I believe Novelet second half, right? And then 4.1 was Ridsley, yeah. Because we got the 4.1 story had us go into the fortress, yeah, and that's where we meet Wriothesley. So it lines up, you know. I think this is my favorite Chiori team by far. So far.
逃げ道はありますそこ紅に染まって散りな歌よ錦となれ雨描きがたし無我の境地見切りました天道ここにあり揺らぐことなしファッションは私が提起する
Probably not a good idea to have used who is it? Chiori's skill right then and there, but because they're definitely out of range now, but whatever. Probably didn't need to use Raiden's ult there either. Oh, Novalet and Ryza were together in 4.1 instead of 4.0? Okay. Sorry about that. I thought Novalet came out with the 4.0. Will that hit first? No, unfortunately not. Didn't need it. You still play Tartaglia in some cases? I can. Yeah, I can. I can run Tartaglia in a Hyper Bloom team. And it works decently well. My Tartaglia isn't as geared up as I would like him to be. Ideally, I want to run him with 70 CR and 200 CD, and I know I can get him there. I just need to invest some time and resources into him, but I've never really had the chance to. But I can use Tartaglia if I want to, and I have.
雨描きがたしこの剣は割って稲光すなわち永遠なりストップヒュッタッ
天理チョーク
ファッションは私が提起する
歌よ西となれやっはい雨描きがたし逃げ道はありまやっ無我の境地
Tortellini runs well. Personally, my favorite team for Tartaglia right now is Tartaglia, Beto, Nahida, and then like Cookie or somebody. Because that gives me an excuse to run Beto.
無限化せよ律流それふんふんふんせいえいおとなしくしな
痛くしちゃうかもこれこそが知恵の
直律流根こそぎにしてあげる有限なる来天呪言律流マッチやっ呪言
Isn't that Tartaglia National is still your go-to for Abyss to this very day? I mean, there's not really much of reason to change it, to be fair. Yeah, Tartaglia National is still very strong. Like, I could even try running Tartaglia National for second half. Let's see how, and we can see how well it goes. Actually, I want to run Dendra Traveler, so guess what? I have to haul my ass all the way back over to Sumeru, switch my Traveler's ass over to Dendra, and then go back to fucking Abyss. Very efficient. Oh yeah, that's right. I have to also pull out Traveler too in order to switch her element. Very convenient, miHoYo. Which team do I want to fuck up for this? I guess I can do this right now.
やるべきことは
So funny when Traveler changes elements on cutscenes. Yeah. Traveler just pulls out Geo. Traveler just pulls out Geo from her ass during Navia's cutscene. The fuck is up with that? Hey Saucewall, welcome back, man. How's it going? How's job hunting going for you? Shitty as usual. Still haven't picked up another job ever since I lost my temp job from 2 months ago. And I'm technically still looking, but let's see, I wanted to run Tartaglia National. And then, let's see. Which team do I want to run here? Oh yeah, right, Sino Aggravate. Excuse me. Don't you have to change your artifacts too? No. Actually, I'll leave for now. Just so that I can show you how I built my Traveler. My Traveler, has 84 CR, 214 CD with 31 energy recharge. Her artifacts is set up in a way where she doesn't have an artifact set. I just gave her five pretty good or really good individual artifact pieces. Like, this is her cup. It's attack percent. So I don't need to care about switching out her cup for like a specific like a elemental bonus. I mean, ideally she would work better with an actual dedicated elemental bonus cup, sure, but that would mean that I'll have to switch between like 4 or 5 different fucking cups, and I don't want to do that. So attack percent cup, attack percent timepiece, a really good fucking feather. This is absolutely 40 CV feather. A really good flower. This should also be 40 CV if I'm not mistaken. 26, yeah, this should be like 45 CV or some shit. And then a pretty good crit damage circlet that has a lot of energy recharge in case my traveler needs a lot of energy recharge for something, for like one of her elements. And not only that, but I run her with Jade Cutter, and that gives her a whole bunch of crit rate. So I've built my traveler in a way where it doesn't matter what element she switches, I have her switch to, she's always going to be useful. Well, at least the elements that I actually bother using on her, like with mainly Dendro, but sometimes Geo if I'm feeling fruity. But yeah, I don't need to worry about my traveler's artifact set, mainly because she doesn't have one. I just gave her 5 off pieces and called it a day. Oops. Bad rotation.
この身で万象を粛清する。たや大化を断つ。はっと罪を償うがいい。やせいた審判の時だ。大化を断つ。これこそが知恵の伝道。大発情。はびこれ。判決からは逃れられない。たはっや罪を償うがいい。やたやたや審判の時だ。最高覚えたわよ。
There we go. You don't remember this from my videos? Maybe I didn't talk about my Traveler's artifacts back in my like super long Whales log that I did for last month. But I did talk about it before. It's just that I never needed to talk about it because I don't really touch my Traveler's artifacts much. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is a snake dude. Ow.
この件はわかるかい？さっほっいやふんいや痛いから我慢しろよ。
We already sent him to phase 2, huh? Don't want to waste my team's bursts. Save them for round 2.
判の時だ。罪を償うがやるじゃないか。代価をかけから審判の時だ。
ダメ。
無駄だ。罪を手強いな。
Will I be pulling Arlecchino on her signature? Yes, I will try. Now that I've gotten since I got really lucky with Chiori, that should give me the entirety of 4.5 to save for Arlecchino. So yes, I will definitely try. Ow.
みんながそばに。
左右ルコこの件はわかるかい？さい。
隙を見せるのはほんの一瞬だ。
Oh, I should have used Xiangling's ultimate first there. Actually, I'm gonna retry that. I'm gonna reset. I need to use Xiangling's ult first before I go into my Tartaglia loops.
代価を断つ。
Shit, I did too early.
罪を償うがいい。審判の時だ。
あなたのお父さんの一瞬をなしめって一緒に踊り
私のお家にいらっしゃい。はびこれ。
降伏しろ。この身で万象を粛清する。罪を償うがいい。
競技のようにこれから
これこそが知恵の伝だ。信頼感度さ。
逃げ場はないぞ。判決からは逃れられない。
Ugh, I'm not very satisfied with that. I'm gonna retry that. Basically wasted. Ideally, I wanted to get most of that damage done within two rotations. Having to spend a third one is not ideal.
久々の獲物だ。高いあなたに差し入れたってな。邪魔をするな。
この身で万象を粛清する。審判の時だ。代価を断つ。さらば。やっ。
役払い。
手をつなぎましょう。これこそが知恵の伝。
あなたの訪れは選択が示していた。一緒に踊りましょう。
全部丸見えね。
無意味な手。
信頼感度。
俺の番だ。
Not having a shielder for Sino is extremely annoying.
久々の獲物だ。
私のお家にいらっしゃい。
判決からは逃れられない。やるじゃないか。罪を償うがいい。
Yeah. And then the big Simoda dude forces Sino to miss his, it interrupts his skill, which is fucking horrible.
逃げ場はないぞ。
邪魔をするな。
手をつなぎましょう。
あなたの訪れは選択が示して一緒に踊り永遠のオアシスのために。
この身で万象を粛清する。
これはどうかな。
Okay, this rotation was a lot smoother. Waste your Primo's or Ito's signature for Redhorn. You'll get her next rerun. Oof. Yeah. Hopefully her rerun, hopefully Arlecchino's rerun isn't too far away. Yeah, if Sino and his weapon, but don't use them because no Zhongli. I mean, Sino still works without Zhongli, but yeah, like his issue, Sino's issue is that if he's up against like hard-hitting enemies, yeah, he gets interrupted very easily. And with how long his ult lasts for, it's like Jesus, man. Anyways, back to whatever this is again. See if I can make this work. My Xiangling for sure needs a little bit more ER. Not having the ER on her is kind of fucking me. Her rotation could be a lot smoother, but unfortunately they're not. We should be able to get him on this rotation though. At least Sino can stagger those guys with his enhanced skill. Sano gets a second story next patch. Oh, that's good. I think that MiHoYo should expand on character side stories more often. Because, like, at this rate, it's like, how long will it take for, like, characters to, like, get their, like, get follow-ups to the story quests, you know? And considering we get at least one new character every single fucking patch, it's like, ugh. Okay, boys. I'm thinking I'll do. I'm thinking that's the that'll do it for stream today. Nice little 4-hour stream. I think next Genshin stream, I'll probably clear out my artifact inventory, make some space, get rid of some shitty 5-star artifacts, and next time we do Genshin, it'll be a more dedicated artifact farming stream, so I can try to get some pieces, some golden trope pieces for who is it? For Chiori, and see how well she does with those. You know, when you're drinking, you feel sluggish, but you're cognizant. That's you right now. Actually, now I do know that. Yes. Earlier this New Year's, I went. I think I got the drunkest I'd ever been when I took, I think, a full shot, maybe 2 of some kind of whiskey. I think they gave me whiskey. Yeah. And then yeah, I knew I was drunk, but I was still completely cognizant. Yeah. I was just very sleepy, and I could feel my fucking heart rate in my cheeks. But yeah, I knew I was drunk, but like. And I knew I was starting to slur my words, but like I was still very aware of what I was doing, and I still remember everything, even when I was quote drunk. So actually, yes, I do know what that feels like. I do know what that felt like. But anyways, but yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody, for watching the stream. Appreciate you guys hanging out. I'll probably stream again like 2 days. I think I'll take tomorrow to like work on some videos and whatnot. So yeah, I think next stream will be. I think actually next stream will be the watch along, the React Andy stream for the Star Rail 2.2, or 2.1. Yeah, 2.1 special program. So guess I'll see you guys then. New Year's was fun for you, actually being able to see friends in person and shoot off fireworks. Yeah. In any case. Send you guys over to Ruby's stream. I think she's streaming Genshin right now. So hang out with her. I'll be lurking in her stream myself as well. So yeah, have a good night, everybody. And take care. Peace.